Okay.
Can we make it colder in here?
Okay.
Jacking out. I'm not.
Good evening, everybody. I just got the thumbs up that it is 7 o'clock and we are live. Welcome to tonight's Monday, August 21st. This is the Town Council meeting for the Town of Wethersfield. Councilman Lesser, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilman. And would our town clerk do us the honor of attendance tonight?
Councilor Carbone?
Here.
Councilor Clancy? Here. Councilor Forrest? Councilor Hill?
Here.
Councilor Lesser?
Here.
Councilor O'Connor?
Here.
Councilor Pentelo?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Mazzarella?
Here.
Mayor Rell?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Appreciate that. Chief Medina, I see you've already taken your position up there. So please, I think, are we going to do the promotional pinning and then the report?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay. Good evening, Town Manager Presley, Mayor Rell, Deputy Mayor Mazzarella, and councilors. This evening, I'd like to start with the promotional ceremony for our newly promoted sergeant. We'll be swearing in one sergeant who's demonstrated a strong work ethic and who's a strong leader. Before he's sworn in, I'd like to thank his family who are attending today. His wife, Elizabeth, extended family, and his father, P.J. Salvatore, who's retired WPD. Thank you for being here. They are truly the foundation of support for us and for him and the continued growth in his career. Officer Pete Salvatore is being promoted to the rank of sergeant. Sergeant Salvatore is a 9-year law enforcement veteran, starting his career with the Wethersfield Police Department in September of 2013. During his tenure with the Wethersfield Police Department, he has served as a member of the Crisis Intervention Team and Field Training Officer. Sergeant Salvatore is also a member of the Connecticut National Guard, serving since 2011, where he was deployed to Afghanistan to support Operation Enduring Freedom from 2012 to 2013. He's also a staff sergeant assigned to 3rd Battalion, 169th Regiment Regional Training Institute as a military police officer. He currently lives in the town of Wethersfield with his wife, Elizabeth, and their dog, Finn. So, without further ado, Sue, if you don't mind administering the oath to newly minted Sergeant Salvatore.
Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of Connecticut, and will faithfully discharge according to all your duties as a sergeant of the Wethersfield Police Department to the best of your ability, so help you God.
Okay, on to the serious portion of this presentation. Got it? There we go. This is our bi-monthly June, July police activity report for the town of Wethersfield. We switched over to our Power BI system, so you're going to see different stats as we go through the slides this evening. This is our current breakup demographics of the police department. We are budgeted for 51. We are currently at 45. We're down 6 officers. There's the breakdown by gender, race, and experience. You see the laterals versus entry level. We're almost even. We have 2 officers who are retiring at the end of this month, but we also have 2 officers that are viable laterals that are in our process right now, that hopefully we can get them on board shortly, and we also have 8 entry-level interviews that we'll be conducting in the next few weeks. Here's our calls for service for the town for June and July. For the 2-month period, we had 6,186 calls for service throughout the town. It seems like a lot, but I know it's a lot. It's a big number. But if you look at the little chart on the side, that's mapping everything. That's your administrative calls. So when you really truly break it down, because I know it's a big number, I broke it down. I took time to take out like cell checks and admin stuff, and it really comes down to about 3,403 calls for service for the town. Now, of that, if you take 2,270 patrol checks, take it out of there, so you're good there. That's our officers' self-initiated activity throughout the driving around, checking out businesses, checking out residents. And when they do that, they punch a number, a CFS number, and that counts as a call for service. To rest, put you a little bit at ease for that number. And of that, 1,159 calls for service were actual traffic stops. Our officers going out, self-initiated traffic stops throughout town. So when you see that big number of 6,000, when we break it down, it really comes down to less than 3,000 other calls for service outside of what my officers are doing. So essentially came down to 56% of the calls for service were self-initiated by my officers, either checking out business or motor vehicle stops. So I know when you saw that 6,000 number, I saw a lot of eyes hit the screen and a lot of nervousness, and don't worry, it's your officers going out and doing what they're supposed to do. Going out, checking businesses, checking residences, and making motor vehicle stops. We'll see that as we move on further with the stats. So here's our motor vehicle accidents in the month of June. Just an FYI, for June and July, we had a total of 81 motor vehicle accidents in town. The month of June was 46. As you can see, most of our accidents occurred Friday, Monday, and Wednesday between the hours of noon and 4 p.m. And the locations of the accidents were either on the Berlin Turnpike or Silas Deane Highway. That's been consistent. That's our high vehicular traveled roads. And that's where we actually concentrate our motor vehicle activity, which you also see coming later on. This year, last year, at the same time, we had 43. So we're +3 for the month of June from last year, but it's showing that we're consistent in that area. We just got to figure out what we're going to do. And there's the locations. This is a new Power BI that I was talking about, the new mapping. You're seeing it, it's different color coded. And you'll see on the map itself, you'll see the Berlin Turnpike and Silas Deane, and you see the clusters where these accidents are occurring. A lot of them are traveling too fast for condition or stop sign or red lights, which we've been concentrating on. There's the month of July, 35, pretty much the same view. This one's Monday, Wednesday, Saturday, between the hours of 2 and 4. And I forgot to mention on the last slide, but also on this one, if you look at the pie on the bottom right, the majority of our operators who are getting in accidents are at the age of 37 to 45 years of age. So these aren't your teenage kids riding around, and everybody's like, oh, the kids are riding around. That's the adults. We're playing on your cell phones or what, but just distracted driving will get you in an accident. And this is where it is. That just shows you right there. But the overall for the 2 months, the majority of our accidents are Monday, Wednesday, Friday, between noon and 4. And like I said, the age of our operators who are at fault are 37 to 45. So little PSA out there, make sure we're keeping our eyes on the road and not on our phones. And here's the month of July. Again, as you see, Berlin Turnpike and Silas Deane Highway. Motor vehicle enforcement. Is that up there? So, like I stated prior, for the 2-month period, our officers conducted 1,077 motor vehicle stops. We had, 12 attempted motor vehicle stops. Those are where vehicles decided that they didn't want to stop for my officers. And we're not going to chase. We're not going to put the public at risk unless it's a serious felon or something of that nature. So, but we'll talk about an initiative that we're doing or we're going to be doing in the next month to combat that problem. But of this, as you can see, of our motor vehicle stops, 894 of the violators, as we come down to stats, 83% were Caucasian and 83% were between the ages of 26 and 35, again, not our teens. It's our adults who are committing offenses. And there's the breakdown of all our motor vehicle stops. So we are flooding the town. We're trying to move our officers wherever we can. Whenever you call the PD or someone calls and say, hey, I observed speeding on Knott Road. I observed speeding on Golf Road. We deploy our officers. Don't be afraid to call, because I'll put them out there. We have 2 new speed signs. I'm sure if you haven't seen them around town yet, you will, but I'll talk about them later on in the presentation. But you'll see them out there as well. And here's our town ordinance violations. 236. That is an increase from last year. So we are looking at enforcing town ordinances a little bit more. We had 155 last year, and a lot of it's calls from you. Violations calls. We'll go out there, parking violations, noise complaints, Don't be afraid to call. We'll go. And we'll take care of it. That's what we're here for. Now, crime reporting. So, if you look at this map, you see there on the map what our major issues. Now, the big one you're going to see on the top is gunshots. No, it's not. Here we go again. There's 4. It says 5. It's only supposed to be 4. In true actuality, it's 1. They're reported gunshots. They're not confirmed gunshots. Confirmed gunshots is when we go out there and we recover shell casings. Non-confirmed mufflers, now lords, backfiring on the cars. You'll see one on the Cove. In the Cove over there, that's close to 91. That's a car backfiring on 91. So, when you look at things like, ooh, the shock and awe, we analyze it, we reel it back in, and all right, we have one, and we know where it was, and we're addressing that one issue that we had. So out of those little 4 purple spots, there's one we're dealing with. And I'm going to tell you why in a few seconds. So, our crime with reporting, theft from vehicles. And this is a big thing going on, and not just in Wethersfield, it's statewide. But I purposely pointed out areas on this map. If you look at where they're occurring, you got the village apartments, the smash and grabs of the vehicles, Comfort Inn, Golden Park Road, Folly-Brook, and you really have to look at comparison to easy exit and entrance into the town of Wethersfield. As we analyze this, we're looking at Maple Ave coming in onto the Berlin Turnpike into Wethersfield. We look at Campfield coming in, Hubbard coming in, and if you look at the bottom, you got the 91 corridor, just jumps on and off. So any one of those areas that we're concentrating in now, I'm looking at. So what do we do to, and I know I'm going to be asked, so I'm going to get ahead of it. What do I do to hopefully prevent my car from being broken into? So there's like 10 things I came up with, so if you guys want to write these down, you can. But first, if you have a garage, please park your car in the garage. That's the first one. But when you do park your car in the garage, please close the garage door. Don't leave your keys or key fob in the car. Lock your car. And if you're not parking your car in the garage, please park it in a well-lit area if it's outside. If it's in your driveway, make sure you have at least a motion light or something that captures motion, that turn the light on to hopefully deter someone from going to your car. Because a lot of these crimes, are crimes of opportunity. They come, they look, they're either pulling on the door handles to see if your car is unlocked. So a lot of times we get reports that my car was rummaged through. Well, you probably left your car unlocked. Or they'll go and they see items in plain view of value, and they smash the window, they grab it, and they go. And then they hop back over the line, and that's what happens. So don't leave anything of a value in plain view of someone looking and see and smash your window, because more than likely they're going to break your window and they're going to take it. Now, with that being said, also, do not use your glove box or your center console as a lock box or a storage area, because once they get into your car, guess where they're going next? The center console, and trust, they're going to break open your glove box. Now, with that being said, now, if you have, hopefully you have wheel locks on your tires. If you do not store the wheel lock in your glove box. Because what do you think is going to happen next? They're going to take it, they're going to take your car, your wheels, and they're going to be on a milk crate, and they're going to be gone. That's how fast it happens. It happens within minutes. And by the time you...
It seems oddly familiar, so thank you for that.
It just happened this week. I know. Thank you, Councilman. That's why I was pointing it out. No crates gave it away. Yeah, and it happens really quick. So by the time you get up in the morning, walk out to your car and call us, it's hours after the fact. So make sure you take care of those things. Let's see. Install an alarm. Make sure your window's closed, and just be alert to your surroundings. Even when you're driving, just make sure no one's following you. So just be alert to that. So those are my suggestions to that. Now, what we're doing about it as a police department, that I really can't talk about, because that would give away what we're doing to the bad guys. But I'll tell council in executive session and let you know what we're doing if you would like to know. So here's our technical advancements for the last couple of months. Our traffic message boards with radar and stat track, those have been deployed. We received those, we put them out. They're out there. They're a message board for whatever we have to do. For the old Wethersfield 10K or Porch Fest, we'll put them out for advertisement. But they also track your speed on the main roads, and they also record it. So when you call and say someone's speeding on my road, can you deploy something or do something? We'll put that out there, and we'll keep track of it, and we'll analyze the stats and say, yep, people are actually speeding, or they're not. It's just, this is what it is. So that's one. Star chase. Remember I talked about the 12 cars attempting to take off from my officers, or they did take off on my officers, and we did not chase. We finally received it. We purchased Star Chase. Star Chase is a GPS dart system, which we're going to install in the front of our cruisers. They're currently at Fiscal Services. We're looking at an install date of September 26th and 27th, in-house training on the 28th, and then they will be deployed. So if someone tries to take off on my officers, hit a dart, doop, hits the back of the car, and we just track a GPS, and we'll catch up to them later. I like that one. Power BI is what you're seeing, the mapping that we're doing. And that shock and awe, that 6,186, I saw them, that's Power BI. That's taking our information out of our next-gen CAD reporting system. We sit there, we analyze it, we put the variables in that we want to track, and then we come up with a map, and then we come up with times and dates and try to figure out how we're going to deploy our personnel accordingly. So that's up and running right now. You're seeing it for the first time tonight. Just a portion of it. iPro, we have that installed. It's a computer-based system that tracks our internal affairs investigations, our early awareness, our CLIA reporting, things of that nature. That's up and running, and now we're currently looking into buying detailed tracking system, DTS. That's a cloud-based system for our police agency to manage our overtime, our scheduling, that nature, to cut back on the paperwork, more animated, make it more efficient. So that's where we're at on a technical side. Just a couple things I want to put out there that are not in the slides. We just completed the one-year CALIA compliance review today. Tomorrow I will know what the results are of that, and hopefully everything will be on board and we'll be good to go with our policies and procedures. That's been a huge overhaul for us for the last 2 years. Lieutenant Buyak and Captain Petruzzi been working hard at it, so kudos to them. We'll see how well they did tomorrow. And from August 16th through the 17th, the Department of Justice Money Laundering and Asset Recovery section called MLARS completed a full audit of our asset forfeiture program. We'll receive the report within 2 weeks. Preliminary findings are we are going to be good. So no issues with that. So that's been done. Just a little kudos here. Lieutenant Buyak just recently graduated from the Southern Police Institute Administrative Officers course, the 149th session on May 12th, and he was one of 9 out of his class of how many? 47, who earned Deane Scholar. So my guys are 2 for 2. The last one was valedictorian. He's Deane Scholar. You got a well-educated command staff coming. Our CODC, which is our Command Officers Development course, that's ongoing at the police department. We have 3 sergeants attending that. That's a 5-month-long course that they're attending. The one down thing that I would have to say, which is not too much, just a work in progress, our PAL program, we finally received a 501c3 status this month. We're still waiting on the insurance and national PAL recognition. Granted, it's a work in progress, but we want to do it right. We're not going to just rush it and have it fall apart. We're going to do it right and do it right the first time. So it is coming. It's still there. I know a lot of everyone in the community is asking where it's been. It's coming. We just got the 501c3. So with that, without further ado, any questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. Any questions for the Chief? Councilman Lesser?
Thank you, Mayor. 2 quick things, Chief. First of all, appreciate all the great work you and your officers are doing. These initiatives are terrific. I wondered if you could give us a real quick update on the electric cars, just for our audience, so you're aware, we're one of 2 towns in the state, Westport and Wethersfield, to have electric cars, which is great. If maybe you can tell us a little bit about the experience and where we're at with the electric cars.
They're good. It's good so far. The one that's the traffic unit that I'm sure everyone sees out there in the Silas, Deane, Berlin, pulling everyone over. That's our one traffic officer who accounts for 900 of that 1,077 motor vehicle stops. So if you're on your phone or anything like that, you're probably going to get caught by him because you're not going to know. The other one's an admin package, which we're testing that out to see how long the battery lasts. I try to run that thing into the ground with the lights and the radio and in the wintertime, the heated seats and the AC on. So it's progress. It's good progress. But it has its kind of core role in policing. Right now, I think there's a little bit more advancement to it, but for a specialty car, for traffic signature, it's a good car.
Got it. Thank you, Chief. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilwoman Carbone?
Thank you. So, Chief, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the National Night Out. I thought it was great, and it was wonderful to see the community come together and have all the police officers really, intermingling and talking and communicating. I just thought it was wonderful. So is that something that you implemented?
No, that National Night Out's been out since, I think, 1984.
Nice.
It was initiated there, and it just took off nationally, where now that's a every year event around August 1st that we do it. All the towns do it, usually around the same time. So it was great this year. I think it was more than last year. It was a great turnout, so I appreciate the community coming out for it, because that's where you get to meet all the fine men and women of the police department. You usually want to meet them before something bad happens, so that's one way of doing it.
It's great to create those relationships, so thank you.
Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Could you give us a little rundown on the PAL program, what we could expect, just the general, where we're headed with it, and as you said, it's just at its infancy, but.
Yeah. We reeled it back a little bit because I think it got a little out in front of itself, so we're making sure we're getting everything in play before we do start rolling it out slowly. So right now, if we can get the insurance and the national recognition this fall, I want to start slow rolling it out to the community, to the schools, saying this is something that we're looking at doing. We'll start coming up with the after-school plans, the summer plans, and that's what Captain Petruzzi's in charge of with his staff on that. So slow roll it, integrate the community with it. Then we get to the summertime, I believe it's 2 3-week sessions. I don't know, Mark, is that correct?
That
Yeah. Yep. Then we have them 2 or 3 sessions, 40-plus kids. They'll be with the police department and other individuals who are part of an advisory board that we're trying to bring on board. We're working on with that, community leaders, to provide service to the kids during the summer to get out the house and away from Xbox.
Thank you.
Chief, what's what PAL stands for?
Police Athletic League. League, not leave, league.
Yeah. Thank you, Chief. I will have to say, typically, you present these bi-monthly reports to the 9 councilmen and the folks that are up here, plus about 6 people that are usually in the audience. Tonight, it's literally standing room only. I think it's a great presentation. I hope the public got something out of this presentation. I know there was some chuckles and some giggles and then some eye-opening awes with what the chief had reported. So I think this was a great exercise in informing the public. Thank you for answering my text the other day. You had hinted to it, the text or the message boards that we purchased or the police department purchased. Living on one of the busy streets that was newly repaved, we had always heard once you repave a new street, it's just going to be a speed zone. And it really has. People along Broad Street, they use it as either a cut through for 91 to bypass the Silas Deane Highway, or they just realize that, it's freshly paved and they can get up to speed, much like they did on Highland and on Hartford Avenue after those pavements. So thank you for putting the radar up there. But more importantly, the message that was posted up by the corner of Marsh Street and Main Street for the race that was coming up. Obviously, road closures, it would impact the community in Old Wethersfield. But I will tell you, prior to Fred coming on as town manager, we had done, and I think you were on, you had just come on, during COVID, handing out masks and testing kits at the time. We actually had to scramble to find a message board through MDC. They were nice enough to give it to us last minute, because if you recall, we had to tell folks, we're counting down how many we have left, and we had a lot of folks in the queue to still pull in. Glad to know that we purchased those 2 signs so that not only can we enforce speed on certain roads when asked by the public, but more importantly, we can get messages out real time to them as well. So thank you for that.
Appreciate it.
Any other comments or anything like that for the chief before we let Kingsman go? Okay.
All right.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Now down to the nitty-gritty. I just wanted to start off today, just because we do have a large crowd here, just to go over some house rules. Typically, we don't have to do these, and it's kind of unfortunate sometimes that you have to be the parent in the room for some things. Looking out, most of us are adults. Obviously, there are some kids here, but if they're like my kids, they act like adults as well. Decorum in a public setting. This is a public hearing. There are various issues. I'll get to those in a second. But please be respectful of those who are speaking, those who are in the audience, those who are up here listening. If you're going to address any comments, address it to the council. This is a public hearing for you to address concerns, questions, what's on your mind. Address it to the council. Be respectful. I don't want to hear hissing, booing. There may be some clapping every once in a while, but obviously by the looks of the crowd out here, if I have to say, keep the comments or the what you're saying under your breath to a minimum, please do. Please try to refrain from doing that. Like I said, we're all adults. But when it does come to cheering, we want to get everybody out in a timely fashion. There are a lot of people who would like to speak. We do give 5 minutes, both in the beginning and at the end. I'll go over that as well. Please give your name and address. You got 5 minutes. I give it some latitude to go over, but looking at the size of the audience tonight, and if everybody wants to have their own 5 minutes, we could be here until beyond midnight. And I don't think anybody, including those up here, want to be up here that long, but we obviously will stay. But again, please keep any kind of cheering, booing, hissing, name-calling, whatever you guys feel like doing, keep that to yourselves and be respectful for all of us up here. Secondly, most of you guys are up here for the Keisha Farm conversation. I kind of wanted to start it off just briefly that this is something that came to the town spring of 2018. I was on the council, I think Councilman Lesser, and I don't believe anybody else at the time was on. It was brought before the council to purchase the property, deliberated by the council. I think we voted on it in September, or actually in August to put it forth, September to approve, and then later on to approve the actual language. Again, that was 2018, going on 5 years ago. The vote went out for a purchase of the property. I don't know if many of you have seen the referendum question or the explanatory text that was included. It's in today's packet. I could probably read it verbatim, having seen it so many times. It was for purchase for open space, recreation, or other municipal purposes. Pretty wide open when you hear other municipal purposes, but the other two, open space, recreation, delineates two separate reasons for it. Open space is literally pretty open. That could include passive, active recreation, farming, anything, preservation of a farm, preservation of a forest, preservation of any open space. Recreation kind of narrows that down to active recreation, athletic fields, and then the catch-all is any other municipal purpose, and that really is a catch-all for anything. So that was presented to the voters in November of 2018. It was approved about 56 to 44%. Obviously, as it was approved, it became a budget issue for the town. The town went out to bond for that. It was a what was originally proposed as a 20-year bond is now down to a 12-year bond. The bond amounts, give or take, are anywhere from $248,000 in the beginning, goes down about $5,000 to $10,000 every year to about $208,000 after the last payment in 8 years from now. Again, we've owned it, the town has owned it, taxpayers have owned it, taxpayers have paid for it to the tune of about $970,000 so far over the last 4 years. We have approximately, quick math in my head, 2.7 million minus 970,000, we have about $1.8 million left to pay off on that bond. It's similar to a mortgage. I've told folks like this: if you buy a house and you pay for the house and you paid 4 years of mortgage payments on that house, that is what the taxpayers have done with this property right now. Unfortunately, when you buy a house, you open the door, you turn the key, and you enter it. Right now, the property as it stands, it's being farmed, it's being utilized, it's being kept up so that it wouldn't turn into forest land and we preserve as much of it as open farmable land as possible. That's what we are doing with it right now. But unfortunately, the gate or the chain link fence is still padlocked. We haven't opened it. It sits there after 4 years. We've paid $970,000. Tonight and previously, we have had discussions up here amongst the council. We have had a Keisha Farm committee. We have had input from the public. We have had various meetings to discuss the property. Again, it is a property that the town owns. This is a conceptual plan that is before us tonight. As I say, it's conceptual. That is exactly what it is. This gives a concept of what we want to do with that property. We will hear comments later on, and I'm sure the comments from the public as well of what their concept is for the property, but I believe what is before us tonight incorporates all three of those that I mentioned earlier: open space, recreation, and other municipal purposes. With that, I will turn it over to the public. Again, you have 5 minutes to speak. State your name and address. Well, actually, let me do this first. A raise of hands of anybody who's not speaking about Keisha tonight. On any? Oh, there's a couple people. You guys want to talk about contingency funds, budget transfers, or appointments?
Ventrac mowers.
Ventrac mowers?
Anything else?
Yeah, or anything else. It's wide open. Yes, please. You two up front, did you raise your hands that?
Oh, they're not speaking.
Oh, they're not speaking. Okay, if you're not speaking about Keisha, but you want to speak on something on the agenda, please raise your hands.
Okay.
Okay, that solves that. Now it's a roll of the dice. Mrs. Greenblatt, I believe you have a guest, and I think Sue has a microphone. Oh, okay, yep.
So we don't have to wait.
My name is Alice Zinic. I live at 47 Somerset Street here in Wethersfield. I grew up in Wethersfield. My professional career was spent elsewhere, but I returned here about 40 years ago and have been here since. I wish to speak in defense of preserving the Keisha Farm, and I have, I can't do both. Wait a moment. Yeah, I think I have to do that. I'm sorry. I can't. I could hold the microphone. Okay, thank you. Oh, thank you. That's very nice. Okay, here we go. Here are my 5 minutes. Keisha Farm gives this town an opportunity par excellence to bring balance back into the jigsaw puzzle of our native environment. That is, the one we evolved to live in successfully as a species. An environment we should cherish and protect. Why? Because ourselves and our children's lives depend on it. If you are someone who favors man-made artificial environments such as brick and mortar, cement, asphalt, and astroturf, by all means move to an inner city. You can find plenty of that there. Why does our society want to pave over the entire landscape? What short-term gain could possibly justify such an activity? What can this land be used for in its natural state? Patience is not only a virtue, it is also a strength. A wider vision is needed. The productive and even self-supporting possibilities are enormous for the establishment of an open-air classroom which could enrich the lives of every resident, whatever age, circumstance, or personal preferences or economic interests they may adhere to. This is the original intent for the purchase of this land. Let us keep the appropriate purpose of this insightful purchase. Okay, there are those waiting in the wings who, for their own limited reasons, have time after time tried to acquire a foothold on this land, which would work to the detriment to all of the homeowners in the near vicinity of the farm and would quickly cost the town taxpayers as new utilities and road widening and other costly requirements would have to be met. Short-sighted commercial development on the site, no matter how seemingly small, would destroy its greater value to the entire town community. A superior proposal of wider and more lasting value, being both innovative and creative, is needed here. It would ultimately pay for itself in an ongoing, sustainable way. We have the potential to set a pioneering example for all the towns in Connecticut. In an additional feather in this town's cap. It can be done. We have the state, federal, and private agency resources that can be called upon, and existing grant funds that can be applied for, and expertise that can be called upon to help set up ongoing programs and development as an open-air classroom for all ages.
Okay. Just a couple some more housekeeping. Please address comments to the council. And secondly, as you sign in, you can state your name and the address in the beginning. And when you fill out, I think Sue has a form up there or a sheet up there. If you can fill out your name and address after you speak and just before the next person gets up, it kind of gives a kind of good flow of folks going through. And again, if we want to get out in a timely fashion and get this vote before you guys to hear and to deliberate up here on Please refrain from cheering, clapping, booing, hissing, name-calling, or anything like that. So, Mrs. Greenblatt.
Good evening. My name is Cindy Greenblatt, and I live at 35 Broad Street. Good evening, Town Manager Presley, Mayor Rell, Town Council members, and members of the community. I'm here tonight to support my community and to suggest an alternative to the conceptual plan before the Town Council. To the sports community here this evening, I recognize the need for more and better maintained fields. I support you, and your community supports you. Through the State Urban Grant Act, $862,000 is being spent on recreational facilities at Mill Woods Park. These include improvements for tennis, Little League, soccer fields, softball fields, pickleball, bocce, and basketball. Through ARPA funds, $39,000 will be spent for WHS softball and $75,000 for WHS baseball. All total, there have been $2.47 million approved for active recreation in the community, including the $1.5 million approved for the field that we're speaking about tonight. I support that. Your community supports youth sports, and they actually support it and fund it. The Keisha Farm Committee, which I was a part of, recognized interest in new fields, and we supported that. It was our third recommendation. We recommended that the data showed it, that the town Parks and Rec Department was the appropriate agency to carry it out. The park board assumed that responsibility. They met, they examined things, and they made a recommendation that a synthetic field, turf field at Mill Woods Park with a master plan for Keisha to include possible recreational fields as needed is what they proposed. So we are here tonight speaking not about putting a field on Keisha property or having no field at all. We're here speaking tonight about where should the field be placed. Do we follow the recommendation of the Parks and Rec Board or not? Synthetic fields are problematic. That's another discussion. To the Wethersfield neighbors of Keisha, to the friends of Keisha Farm, to those who voted for open space, farming, educational opportunities, preserving the land, valuing the wildlife, local food, and more, I support you too, and I acknowledge and respect the validity of all your concerns. The Keisha Farm Committee did too. It was our fifth recommendation, that we honor and our obligation to the neighbors and the people impacted about this. A month ago, over 100 people crowded this chamber and asked the town council to hear them and represent them. This plan does neither, nor does it foster the sense of respect and community that Wethersfield is known for. Tonight, another group has been called forward to attend this meeting, believing that the only way to provide for youth sports is to support this plan. We're all here because we love our children or grandchildren. We love our families, our homes, our communities. We respect and value the earth, and we see an opportunity to make life better. I think there is far more that unites us in this room than divides us. And because of that, I think that good people can come together and create a different path forward than the one suggested. Let's create an alternate concept together that reaches consensus for all and inclusion for all and provides for the community uses and preserves a valued farm and a neighborhood. These are just throwing ideas out to you. Cite the first new field at Mill Woods. In speaking with town staff, they're aware, they're ready, they understand there's a gas line there, they need the town council to direct them to pursue it. Have a robust community conversation about synthetic versus natural turf. Consider keeping Keisha green, moving grass athletic fields from Mill Woods to the south side of Keisha in coordination with the Highcrest renovation as the Yukon consultant suggested. Just in looking at the map, 2 T-ball fields moved down to Highcrest frees up all that grassland at Mill Woods for other purposes. And what a nice combination it would make with the mini kickers and the Little League that are already there, adjacent to an elementary school. Utilize resources wisely. Money is scarce and there are so many priorities. Look for efficiencies of scale and multiple uses everywhere. $1.5 million might be sufficient for a field at Mill Woods. It's not sufficient at Keisha, with all the work that needs to be done. Look to coordinate. Build 1 new parking lot at Highcrest to serve 2 purposes, not 2 across the street from each other. Site the bathrooms and the storage with exterior doors in any new plan. Consolidate and make sense of the plans that we're going forward with. Preserve the open space and upland farmland north of Highland, protecting the wildlife, the neighborhood, and the valuable farm resources. Is there ever a silver lining in life? Sometimes maybe. The President of the Friends of Keisha Farm has received 2 phone calls as a result of the considerable flooding in the meadows. Those phone calls have come from a reputable, established farm entity that would like to take advantage of the upland farmland that exists on Keisha. It's an option that exists that would preserve the neighborhood, and it would allow for farming to continue on that site. And that's how it could be done. You could come up to this podium tonight and say, you support youth sports and citing a field at Mill Woods. You could come up and say, I want to make smart decisions about the Highcrest School renovation. I want to keep Keisha green. I respect the neighbors and the neighborhood. I want farming to remain in Wethersfield on the site of this valuable farm property. And I want to bring back educational opportunities that honor the environment and enhance our neighborhood. And most importantly, it would bring this community together. So many of you that I know here and respect, it would bring us together in a joyful common purpose. Thank you.
Make it easy. I'm going to go one side to the other side. Anybody on my left side? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Kristen Segreto. I live at 45 Stonegate Drive, and I'm here to talk about Keisha. This is to the members of the town council that are proponents of the synthetic turf field at Keisha Farm. There is a proverb that states, a wise man changes his mind, a fool never will. It may be true that some people voted to buy this property to put up a sports field, but now those same people, presented with new information, may not support that plan. Did they know they were supporting synthetic turf fields when they provided their support? If so, did they consider the environmental effects of turf fields and know they increased the number of injuries to athletes? Did they know about the rich farmland and history of the property and that it can still be used for farming and educational programs? At the time of the vote, they didn't know about the recommendations from various committees to locate a field at Mill Woods, but now that information is also available to them. When we know better, we do better. With new information, our opinions can evolve. You can't have both a synthetic turf field and a farm on the same property. A turf field would make the farmland useless and the promise of 1/3 of the land being used for agriculture broken. And since the farm can't be relocated, it seems reasonable to propose the synthetic field be withdrawn from the plan. In fact, a new synthetic field should not be considered anywhere in town as it affects the health and well-being of the entire community. A lot of residents have come out against this proposal. All we ask is that you really consider all the facts brought before you and do the right thing, change your minds on this issue, and don't be fools.
Anyone from on this side? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Gianna Ehrlich. I live at 12 Hunters Path. As I stand here this evening, I would like to take the time once again to speak about how part of Keisha Farmland could provide a much-needed athletic field for our recreational youth sports programs. Here are some of the observations and facts that I've collected over the past 5 years. Our town, the population of our town has grown significantly over the years. Families are migrating from southern part of the state and New York City, settling in our beautiful town. With that, we've had so many new families moving into town. School enrollments are up, Parks and Rec enrollments are doing well, and lastly, our youth sports program are more active. Lacrosse. As many of you know, I'm one of the founding members of the Wethersfield lacrosse program that started back in 2016. We started off as a small Park and Rec program with about 75 total players for our first season, and now have grown into a program that record numbers this season of over 220 players. With that being said, we are in desperate need of an additionally fully functional field space. Football. In addition to youth lacrosse, I've been an active member of the Wethersfield youth football and cheer community since 2015. The number of tackle football, flag football, youth cheerleaders have grown and skyrocketed over the past 2 years. Flag alone has a total of 165 participants, and tackle has 86 participants this fall. These two sports are opposite seasons, but share the same fields. Here are the descriptions of the field spaces that we use for each sport that I have noticed over the past 5 years. Web is used in the fall for tackle football and in the spring for bantam and lightning lacrosse. It was a replacement field given to us when we lost the Cove due to field damage from one of the previous carnivals. Web has the poorest drainage in town. After any type of rainstorm, the field gets very wet. In the fall, tackle football is faced with scheduling 3 large teams on one field with limited practices on certain days because of the WHS freshman football games. While in the spring, the girls' lacrosse has 3/4 of the season avoiding massive puddles, dodging mud, slippery surfaces due to spring showers. Fuller Field, a second field given to lacrosse in the spring for our extra-large bantam boys teams in the fall season, houses over 100 flag football participants. This field is similar to Webb, has a very poor drainage, but most importantly runs a safety risk due to the parking on the street and limited parking that is similar to the Highcrest and Highland Street community. I don't know if anybody in here has ever been to Fuller Field on a Saturday, but the neighbors have to deal with some significant parking issues, in addition to kids dodging and playing Frogger as they avoid cars coming in and out of that area. The Cove. It's used for our 4 older boys lacrosse teams consisting of over 70 participants this spring. And in the fall, it's a field hockey field. That is a recreational piece of land originally, not an athletic field, that butts up near the end of the water of the Cove. It was transformed into a playing surface that's uneven and run the risk of losing balls in the brush near the paths to the water. Lastly, the field that my team that I coach participates on is Charles Wright. Charles Wright, this is the field that the older girls play on in lacrosse. We were given it in the spring. We have one field that serves as both the practice and game fields for over 60 girls and 4 teams. It's not a legal size field to play on. It's crooked, it's set up on a diagonal. The goals don't match up because of the diagonal shape. It was home to a softball field originally. When we started lacrosse, the girls were playing on dirt and sand in the outskirts of the field. On a regular basis, while playing on Charles Wright, the field's players have to dodge ditches, weeds, sticks, poor drainage, lost balls to the woods that are backed up to the space. Additionally, Charles Wright is situated on the school with the smallest parking lot, so if there's ever a school event, we have to reschedule games and practices due to parking restrictions. As you can tell, our grass fields are in need of rest and need to be fixed. An additional field will help give us and Parks and Rec the opportunity to rest fields and repair them. The need for an additional field to be built on the Keisha Farm community space is necessary and vital for our youth programs to continue to function and grow. Without safe playing surfaces, they run the risk of injury, and our recreational youth sports community is running out of space while our town continues to grow. It is evident that everyone in this room has a common characteristic in mind, and that's to make our town and continue to make our town an amazing place. But in order to do that, and I've said this before, we need to change our mindset. We need to come together with a growth mindset, share ideas, compromise, and be able to utilize our voices together as a unit. Because we, as adults, teach our children all these things in school, and compromise is a big part of a relationship. I'm not in support of a commercial sports complex, but I am in support of a single field proposal, which is a direct result of the needs that the community input and outside consultants and recommendations that were taking place over the past 5 years. Athletic fields were one of the many uses recommended by the Keisha Farm Committee in their final proposal to the Town Council of March of 2022. Our local youth sports program needs a safe and reliable space to play on. This is our chance. Thank you.
Anybody on the left side? Yes, sir, in the back.
My name is Andy Power. I live at 233 Windmill Hill. I'm here to support a new field, at the farm. I've made some quick notes. I won't be as elegant as Gianna was. I believe when this was voted on, it was voted for a field. whether it was synthetic or turf at the time, or synthetic or natural, I'm not sure. So it was supported as a field. Many different people, including former politicians and area neighbors, publicly supported this purchase. Many of those people even reshared this on social media. An additional athletic field is good for the youth, good for youth sports programs, youth organizations, and for the community as a whole. More fields are needed, simply put. The cove, as mentioned previously, is used, and I've witnessed the unevenness, the wetness. The fact that that's a field is beyond me. I don't understand that at all. Same for Webb. I've been at both of those fields, and I don't believe they're safe to use for kids. I know people who have young families, and they look to communities that have similar type fields in their town. South Windsor has beautiful fields, Newington and Rocky Hill. I think this is an opportunity we'd be missing if we didn't take that. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. From relatively close neighbor of mine on Broad Street.
My name is Ellie Hill. I live at 81 Broad Street. I'm 12 years old and have been participating in Wethersfield Youth Lacrosse for 7 years. We need a turf lacrosse field. Our current field is too muddy, Webb and Charles Wright. It has holes and mud patches, making it more difficult to play and sometimes dangerous to play. Thank you.
Kevin, she speaks better than you.
Speaks more than Kevin. On the left side. Yes, sir.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Paul Lasello, 32 Hartford Ave. I've come before you many times as a representative of youth field hockey and lacrosse, but also as a community member, parent, and volunteer. We need athletic fields, and I believe this fact is no longer in question. A bit of history. The volunteers who helped organize and garner support for the referendum to purchase the Keisha Farm property solicited the youth sports community with the tantalizing prospect of sports fields as one of the many possible uses of the property. The Keisha Farm Committee, which I was part of, held community input sessions to understand what the community would like for the future of Keisha Farm. The Keisha Farm Committee also worked with the University of Hartford to understand the community interest more deeply and to provide additional recommendations for moving the development of the farm forward. The effort resulted in a robust and diverse set of community ideas relating to the use of the property. When the Keisha Farm Committee made their final recommendation to Town Council, there were comments that called into question the objectivity of the listening sessions and survey results. The Keisha Farm Committee vehemently and publicly stood behind the results as a genuine and objective reflection of the community input for uses of the property. The community input translated into a wide range of uses, including farming, open space, walking trails, community gardens, and other community-related activities like education, concerts, etc., and of course, sports fields. Since then, a few local Keisha Farm activists, who were also Keisha Farm community members and Keisha Farm referendum organizers, have supported all but one of the community recommendations at the farm, which is sports fields. In fact, they have been in direct opposition to sports fields in any nature. They circulated a petition objecting to fields at the farm, calling into question the funding approach, the community input, and use data in a way that supports their personal narrative. The argument has varied from fix the fields we have to put it somewhere else. When the Keisha Farm Committee held listening sessions and when the University of Hartford surveyed the community, the questions were very specific about uses of Keisha Farm. About 1/3 of respondents had indicated that they had wanted to see sports fields at the farm. Along with the many other uses of the farm, it is the obligation of our town officials to represent the needs of the constituents especially when the community is asked directly. We hear a lot about this idea to fix the fields we have. Youth lacrosse, field hockey, and football do not have fields. We have lines painted on open space and in schoolyards. It's not about fixing something that we already have, because we don't have fields today. This is about providing facilities that meet the needs of the town's youth sports programs. I have heard concerns about a synthetic turf, and I'm not a scientist myself, but there are a number of studies done by the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, as well as the state of Connecticut, that states that the current information from a number of tire chrome studies does not show an elevated health risk playing on fields with artificial turf or tire chromes. One of the most cited concerns I hear about at Keisha Sports Field is the additional traffic. But these traffic concerns don't apply to community gardens, concerts, or educational events. It is also why people refer to the opposition as the NIMBYs of Keisha. Hundreds, if not thousands, of families have had to compromise as Wethersfield has adopted and evolved to meet the needs of the town. For example, the many homeowners around our schools had to compromise when those facilities were built, and many might have to compromise again as we address our school facilities requirements. The people in the neighborhoods of Fuller Field had to compromise when fields were added to their backyards. The families of Hartford Ave, Garden Street, and Knott Street had to compromise when the town recently added a soccer field to Standish Park. The families of State Street, Knott Street, and Hartford Ave had to compromise when the town decided to add a farmer's market, a carnival, and additional athletic space. The families around Charles Wright the same. I'm sure there are dozens of other examples where people needed to compromise. My question, and all of our questions, should be, why should they have to compromise and not the people in the Keisha neighborhood? Matt Forrest asked me today if I would be okay starting at Mill Woods and then, as funding developed for fields after the use of Mill Woods, having the additional fields built at Keisha. I said no for these reasons. I have asked for space at Mill Woods for 8 years. Every single year I ask the same question: is there space at Mill Woods for us to put a field in? The answer has been no room, no parking. I recently found out that there is space at Mill Woods, but the two areas either need an easement or to remove a gas line, neither of which have a guarantee that we would be able to do so.
Mr. Lasella?
Yes, I'm almost done. The town asked the community what they would like to see at Keisha Farm, and 1/3 of the respondents said sports fields. I personally stand by the committee's recommendations, all of them. Not doing so would be lacking in sincerity and hypocritical. Town Council, I ask that you do the same and move forward with the many great uses identified by the community, including sports fields, ensuring that this farm becomes an asset to Wethersfield with the promise of bringing our community together, not apart as this has done, to enjoy the many possibilities that the farm provides. Thank you.
Ms. Breton?
Thank you. Mary Breton, 209 Clovercrest Road. Good evening, all. Regarding the Keisha draft plan, from what I know, this reflects a high-level concept, so it is not set in stone, and it's just to get the ball rolling in order to hire a consultant and give us due diligence and the community input that we so need. Here's what I appreciate about the plan. In the agenda, we see improved communications, which has been sorely lacking, and context. We also see farming uses could be part of the lease agreement with the Friends of Keisha Farm, and we see farmland. I was part of the Keisha Farm committee, and we did say fields. We didn't say synthetic fields. We never got that specific. We did what we could with the resources that we had with the University of Hartford. And on the note that all of a sudden, and I know I was probably referred to in that prior comment from Paul, and I like Paul, we work together well. I think that there is a lack of communication, and I do feel that when we receive new information, we start to learn and make new decisions, right? So the no fields came from room at Mill Woods, right? And so there's a lot of really good reasons why we could go to Mill Woods and have that be first. Highcrest is going to be renovated. It doesn't even have a plan yet. I live in the neighborhood. I'm a neighbor, I'm a Keisha Farm member, I was a member of town council. I have many different vantage points on this. I do believe we need to look at the whole town. I do have concerns that we're just hyper-focused on Keisha Farm. I think we have to really think about it. It is so much disruption, and it would take, in my opinion, longer to get that, to build something on Keisha Farm, because there are no sewer lines, there's rough terrain, it's just, and we were operating as friends of Keisha Farm, putting on concerts, and they went well, and we controlled traffic. I mean, better than the sports, teams that do it. And by the way, on sports, I'm a huge in favor of sports. So, I think it's important that we recognize that we are all part of the community, and we are not, we are not one thing. We can like fields and trails and farming, and we can like to watch our kids play sports. My kids are older now. We did sports all throughout. I see many of the coaches and heads of the leagues here. They're our friends. So there's no reason for divisiveness, and there's no reason for just one solution. So I'm looking forward to this plan so that we can have community sessions, we can have conversations that are better than what we have been having. It feels very divisive. I don't like it, but I think that we can do what we can do better. And in terms of whether it's just a NIMBA, not my neighborhood issue, I had a petition opposing artificial turf fields on Keisha Farm because of the farming. You can't put one against the other. My mouth is dry. So what we found was, based on address matches of almost 600 people, only 20% are immediate neighbors. 80% are from all over Wethersfield. Okay, so this is not just a neighborhood issue. People are passionate. And we have concerns about some of the claims that are being made about how the sports community swung the vote. I am a sports person, and I also like farming. We are all sports people. We all have had our kids in. And so I totally think we should address the farm problem, the sports problem in the fields. It is ridiculous, our field condition. We have to own that problem. And the town manager suggested something in his report around funding it through a referendum. Now, nobody wants to hear that, but this town has to be committed to fix it. I don't know that one artificial turf field is going to fix it. It will help a lot. I personally don't believe it should be on Keisha Farm. I think there are I think a grass field, I think that's workable and doable as long as we're all involved in the process and we have the ability to have good conversations. So anyway, I don't want to go over my time, but I am concerned about the claim that it was swung. I don't think that is absolutely not true. You don't have the data to say that the sports community swung the referendum. No voters were ever exit polled. You just assume knowledge of voter intent, and there's no data to support that claim. Yet it's been repeated and touted repeatedly to garner support for the plan that this team puts forth. And we have to use facts, and that's not factual. And that's why we did the survey, to understand voter intent, because the referendum was vague. So at this stage, we respectfully asked our leaders to do the following: support the 71% of the survey data, everybody else who wanted non-sports related things, which comes in a big bucket and is conducive to each other. Okay. Ensure that any future athletic field on Keisha is grass and not detrimental to the other reuses, and to send the application for the Barnes Historic designation, and to allow Friends of Keisha to engage once more in the community use for events under the direction of the town manager and staff. I guess that's it. I had more, but I'm going to leave because I'm over my time, but thank you.
Mrs. Breton, as you know, there is, being a former town councilwoman, there is an opportunity for 5 minutes at the end if you want to stick around.
I'll see if I can.
Me too. What did we have on this side? Yes, ma'am, with the hand raised in the back.
Hi, my name is Kimberly Lawrence, and I live at 168 Morgan Circle. I get very angry when we have to talk about this topic over and over and over again. And I think one of the biggest reasons I have so much anger is because the majority of our society today is all about me, me, me. And I'm fed up. I'm so fed up. Everybody's talking about, oh, my kid, you know, is going to get muddy, my kid's this. I get it, right? These fields have been around for a really long time. But what about the animals that are getting displaced? What about the organic farmland that you can't find anywhere else because there are so many pesticides on everybody's freaking lawns these days? I can't even walk my dog down the street without my dog choking. You know, and here we want to put PFAS. You don't have to go far. Everybody knows how to Google. Seriously, the toxicity is insanity. And I cannot stand in that audience and not say something again. I mean, genuinely, what are you thinking? I think I'm going to leave it at that. I kept the cursing out again. That's twice. Because I am an F-bomber all day long, because I want you to know exactly what I'm thinking, and I don't have a problem saying it. So feel free to ask me how I really feel. I'll let you know. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You want something?
Thank you. Ralph D'Amato, 89 Longview Drive. First, I want to thank the Common Council for their service and our chief for protecting us. Thank you for your time. I want to talk about our possible fields at Keisha. We're all here because we're proud of our community, so everyone that's here, I applaud you as well because I know you believe in the community, just want to get somewhere that and better for our community. But I truly believe that we want to talk about facts, and what we do is we talk about the field usage and the lack thereof, and those are clear facts that we've heard over and over again. So looking at the structured activities is how we get our children out of our houses and out into the community. I worked in public schools for 25 years, long ago, and I love Wethersfield. This is the best place in the world, and I love when I drive around, I see kids run around neighborhoods, and that's a strength, but still many kids depend on structured activities to socialize and to exercise, and we want to make sure that those things are going to be here, not for today, but for tomorrow. And we are limiting what we could do at our current fields. I understand that we have things that we could maybe go to Mill Woods. We've exhausted those. The next things that we could do in those things are big undertakings, like removing gas lines and going on diagonals, and we've tried that. And I appreciate the Parks Department because we've maximized things, and that's great. And that's what we should do, is maximize what we have. But we've maximized it. And so when we start talking about continuing those conversations, those are solutions of yesterday, and we need solutions for tomorrow. And solutions for tomorrow are about maximizing spaces and opportunities. So in my opinion, I think we have to look at new spaces to grow new opportunities to have solutions for tomorrow. Thank you.
Anybody on this side? Going once. How about anybody over here? Yes, sir. Standing up.
Name is Michael Gatto. I live at 137 Cloverdale Circle. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I don't have anything elegant written down. I kind of just shoot from the hip. I'll be the first to say I hated playing on synthetic turf. That was just my deal. But there wasn't any more injuries than there was in regular grass. So we all know our athletic fields are in disarray. I challenge each and every of you here opposing those athletic fields Come to my football practice. My colleague over there, Coach Chris, we just got off the football field. We're practicing on a hill. You know what Friday was? We had a deluge. You know what else Friday was? It was the day the town was supposed to line the field, and they did. And now we got tracks all over our football fields where we have 3 teams combined in one space. That's not safe for kids. 2 years ago, same thing happened with the rain. Well, it was mowing day. They needed a tractor trailer to pull a lawnmower out of Fuller Field. What are we going to do? Like, these kids have nowhere to go. I've coached several kids where sports is their actual only piece of family that day. 2 years ago, I mean, this is an ongoing theme. Every year for lacrosse, I asked Paul, hey, where are we practicing this year? Don't know. Hopefully it's going to be Fuller. Oh, did they inspect the field yet? Nope. Last 2 years, we had to start our season 2 weeks late. I'm also coaching boys lacrosse on a modified girls field at Fuller Field. Listen, I understand everyone's passion about Keisha Farms, and I get it, but I think as a community, we can have some type of compromise here to come together and kind of do something for the whole community. I challenge you all, come out to our practice fields, come see a game, come see a practice, but also go to our friends in Rocky Hill, go to our friends in Colchester, Ram, Glastonbury, Simsbury. I was just at a scrimmage in Ellington. They pay the same amount of taxpayer money we do. If not, we pay more. Why can't we have those things to have a community of youth sports growing and really keeping these kids off the street? I'm sure our chief will tell you, he'll probably be the first one, that extracurricular activities will keep these kids out of trouble. So with that, I leave you all. Thank you for my time, and thanks, guys.
Sorry, Mrs. Jacobs, I didn't see you in that. No. You're good. I didn't see you earlier. I apologize. Scanning the audience.
Cindy Jacobs, 71 Sunrise Terrace. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm a long-term resident of Wethersfield. I have 2 grown children. They went to the public schools and played on ball fields, so I spent many hours as a sports mom. And I support youth sports. And I think it is very clear that the maintenance of our existing fields has to be addressed, and first. I support new ball fields. And I think, to me, the question is the best first location to put a new field. Keisha Farms is not the appropriate first place for the next new field, and in particular an artificial turf next to farmland I would not recommend or support. Mill Woods is the appropriate location for that first new ball field, in addition, of course, to the great amount of maintenance that existing fields put, and that to me is a real, I'm glad people spoke about that, and there is clearly a need to support and to maintain and to improve our existing ball fields. Mill Woods has adequate space, it has parking, and it is within an existing park, and it is supported in the Park and Recreation Plan. So I support maintaining our existing ball fields, I support additional ball fields, and let's go first to Mill Woods, build there, and I think that's a best first measure to add to the ball fields. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Patty Maritko, 33 Mayfield Road. I'm not going to say what I plan to speak because everybody basically said that. I actually voted no, as well as many of my peers at the time. Our kids were young, and that wasn't our focus. We went to Hamner, it was falling apart, that was our focus. What I do want to talk about is, you guys are talking about a community and we all want this stuff. The stuff I witnessed on social media was an embarrassment. The pitting against each other, the name call, it was disgusting and it was embarrassing. And a lot of the social media was on platforms outside of Wethersfield. So when you think of community, try supporting each other. Or if you want to rant privately. We teach our kids this. Once it's out there, it's out there. So do you want to be proud of a town that displays on neighborhood stuff that you really don't want? That's just my opinion. So.
I'll open up. Anybody else? Yes, sir, in the back.
Brian Malicki, 222 Middletown Avenue. I didn't write anything eloquent either. I'll just say, and to keep time short, I am in favor of what the council has proposed. I think it's a good idea to have an artificial field, another artificial field at Keisha Farms. My son played sports here since he was 7 years old. He's almost 23 now. If it wasn't for the sports, I can only imagine what kind of trouble he probably would have gotten into. And I think out of all the fields he played on, he played various sports, he enjoyed the artificial turf the best. And with only one available, it made it difficult. Matter of fact, he stopped playing freshman football, and as a sophomore, he quit. He ended up joining lacrosse because he didn't like playing over at the what they called it, the no-name field, where everybody was there to practice and not actually no one ever came for the games. He didn't find it as fun as he should have. He should have been playing at the high school, but there wasn't enough room. So anyways, I'm in favor of the proposal. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor Rowell, Deputy Mayor Mazzarella, and Town Council members. My name is Kathy Stickley, and I reside at 147 Collier Road. My husband and I raised three children here in Wethersfield and know full well, experienced all that everybody's talked about, the coordination of the fields, the condition of the fields. So I think we have before us a wonderful opportunity to come together, compromise, like everybody has said, but compromise in the right way, being positive and listening to each other. But this latest plan that Keisha Farm puts the residents and the community in harm's way. Who ever heard of growing vegetables next to a turf field where they use PFAs, which are chemicals, forever chemicals, put into the ground that could never be removed? I tried to Google it, couldn't find any community where that exists. So to say that we're going to have farming and we're going to have a turf field doesn't make sense. But grass field makes complete sense. That's where the compromise comes in. Want a field, but don't make it turf, please. Turf fields, you've heard it here before, they're made with PFAs, forever chemicals that remain in the ground forever. Currently, there's no way to remove these chemicals from the ground. That's like saying secondhand smoke is not harmful to non-smokers. Back in the day, what happens, everybody's smoking around each other, we learned that can kill you, secondhand smoke. We're going to learn the same thing about PFAs. All the data is not there yet, but it's coming together. These PFAs will leach into Collier Brook, which will go into Millwoods, which will end up in the Connecticut River. Local governments have banned the use of artificial fields. Even the NFL is calling for a return to grass fields to reduce non-contact injuries to their players. Turf fields are more dangerous to play on and have a higher non-contact injury rate than grass fields. Something else to consider if you're talking about safety in the community and protecting your residents. Not only could we be faced with harmful health effects of exposure to these forever chemicals in our food if we farm next to turf fields, but also a significant financial impact to the town of Wethersfield. Working in the insurance industry for over 30 years, the insurance industry is now instituting exclusions to cover PFA exposures. So while you go ahead with the turf field, you might not get general liability protection from insurance. You have future multi-million-dollar expense to replace these fields, availability, affordability of insurance coverage, and potential costly cleanup. You could be looking down the barrel at costly cleanup down the road. I encourage you to make smart field choices by considering and reevaluating the information already presented to you from Park and Rec, from UConn, University of Hartford, town residents' input, etc., to determine the best location of the fields using all of our town assets in an informed way to benefit the community as a whole. One other thought is that a suggestion to an alternative to paved parking is start out with crushed stone. That perhaps it wouldn't be as permanent as installing pavement on this fertile farmland. I appreciate your time this evening. Thank you.
Sean Fuss, 193 Clovercrest Road. Mayor Rell, members of the Town Council, and Mr. Presley. Here are my biases. I'm a father of 2 student athletes. Though their sports don't use fields, I understand the value of a dedicated and top-notch playing environments. I'm a biology teacher and neighbor of Keisha Farm. Taking a line from the song Civil War by Guns N' Roses, what we have here is a failure to communicate. The title of a recent article in the Rare Reminder states that a respectful dialogue is needed to solve this concern regarding Keisha Farm. I completely agree. That is what has been lacking this entire time since the resolution to build a sports complex on this property was proposed over a year ago. A dialogue, a two-way, in-person conversation between the town council and all interested parties needs to occur before anything moves forward. Public comment, articles in newspapers, social media posts, text messages, etc. is not a dialogue. This is not something specific to Keisha Farm, but to anything that should occur in this town. My first question is, why is artificial turf even being considered in this town, regardless of where you go? There is a huge financial impact building and replacing these fields. We could use ARPA funds now, but where is that money going to come from building or replacing any future fields? We currently have a turf field. It will probably need to be replaced in about 7 years. Where's that money going to come from? Another turf field, that's another $1.5 million coming from somewhere in the next 13 years maybe. State legislation currently is looking at preventing new construction or replacements. We may be in a hole there if this plan for a turf field goes through. These turf fields do contain these PFAS or forever chemicals. They are found everywhere in this world. Unfortunately, some of which that are found in these turf fields are known carcinogens and neurotoxins. The research is inconclusive as to the impact. In 2004, when Cantone was built, they probably didn't know that, but as someone quoted before, when we learn more, we do better. I don't think we should be risking our youth with these potential carcinogens and neurotoxins. There's evidence also that there's a huge environmental impact to the surrounding area due to storm runoff. I asked the question, why are we putting these funds towards artificial turf when we do not already maintain our current fields? There's a need for dedicated and well-maintained fields in this town. We should be using these fields to get our current fields up to the level that they ought to be and build well-drained grass natural fields. This would be a more environmentally and financially conscious course of action. As for the current Keisha Farm concept plan, why are fields being considered here now? I understand it may be something in the future, but why now? Why is Millwoods not even being considered? It is our sports complex. It's centrally located. There will eventually be a new elementary school built there that is going to affect our fields. We should focus in our sports complex that already exists before we look at something that could go on Keisha Farm when Highcrest or any other elementary school gets built. I still also question that Millwoods has all of these other facilities such as sewer and water and restrooms and all these things. To do that on Keisha Farm, where is all that money going to come from? There's a proposed 120 parking spaces right now on Keisha Farm. That will not help the current parking situation due to sports at the current time on Highland, Collier, and Highcrest. So that will be an issue that will come up, no question about it. I would, and I will take this time now to ask In the meantime, while the future of Keisha Farm is being determined, how are we going to remedy the parking situation at Highland? And lastly, I would say without dialogue, I feel that the public taxpayers are not adequately having a say about the outcome of this property, especially those that live next door and will be impacted the most by any decision regarding the future of this property. Thank you.
Yes, sir, in the back.
I'm Stephen Weaver, 20 Carriage Hill Drive. I've been coaching youth flag football, youth lacrosse for the last 6 or 7 years for both of my boys and several of your boys as well in the audience. We continue every single time to talk about let's maintain our fields first. It's not just about maintaining open space, green space. We're full. We're absolutely full. I put 46 boys out on one field this year for lacrosse. I wanted 3 teams out of those boys. I got 2. I wanted 3, but I had no more field space. So putting 46 growing 7th and 8th grade boys together on one field, it's devastating. The boys don't get the facilities, they don't get the time, and splitting those teams up into another field is what we needed. And if we don't have another field, we can't grow. Police Athletic League is coming. What a great opportunity to put another field in and add the time and the space for our youth, get them off the Xbox. That's about all I have to say. I appreciate Town Council being here and giving us the opportunity.
Mr. Schwartzman.
Good evening, Lee Schwartzman, 334 Highland Street. Here I am again, the guy that lives next to the barn and across the street from the beautiful natural farmland. I wanted to take a little time to discuss some information that we have been fed in the last year or so. We have given countless examples as a community of how AstroTurf creates more injuries than natural grass. However, you have stated that it is a fact that it is safe because a coach came in here in 2008 or 2009 and stated so. However, all the evidence and studies that have been done with inconclusive evidence that natural grass is safer than artificial turf have been in studies from 2010 to 2019. In several different situations, we have been told that our property values would increase if we were across the street from an athletic complex of some sort, because those near Catone Field have risen since that has been put in. Every single property in town has increased in property value in the last 15 years. You stated that sports people voted to buy the farm and that was the swing vote. I've been part of the sports people since the beginning. There was never a push to me to buy the farm to put a field on it. There were not emails sent out pushing for a vote to buy the farm from all the sports leagues. The big debate that I remember over buying or not buying the farm was heavily geared to the drain that many new houses on that property would ultimately lead on the school system. That was probably the most entertaining that the Facebook page What's Going On Wethersfield has ever been. I want everyone to think about the location of where another sports field is being discussed, Keisha Farm. I know there are lots of sports people here today. You've all at some point probably driven past Keisha on a fall or spring weekend morning or a weeknight evening. At any given time, especially Saturday mornings, there are 150 to 180 cars lining up Collier and parked bumper to bumper up and down Highland on both sides of the street to Highcrest Road, up Highcrest Road, and back away from Collier about 50 cars deep towards Hayes Road. It is a miracle no one has been hit yet, and unfortunately it's only a matter of time until it happens. I know the new concept plan calls for a little over 100 spots, and because I'm a sports family, I've been to many lacrosse games at the high school, some of which have been Sunday morning where my son's team was the only one playing. For those games, with nothing else going on in the high school parking lot, there are 50 to 60 cars, nothing else at the high school going on except one lacrosse game. Now the challenge is most teams ask their kids to get there early to warm up and practice. So we should double the cars that will be in that lot, which is going to be the number of spots in the concept plan. But unfortunately, that doesn't even touch the 180 cars that will still be right across the street, on the same side of the street, up Highcrest and back towards Hayes and on Collier. I also noticed on the new plan that there's only one entrance or exit. After last time, we supposedly had to have two in case something happened. So I'm worried what would happen with this particular concept plan if, God forbid, there needs to be an emergency evacuation of this new field while there are 180 cars parked on both sides of Highland where the entrance is proposed. Like someone else mentioned, I have spent significant time searching for examples of a farmland that is attached to the same property as an artificial turf field, and I as well have failed to find that example. And I don't think it's because it's such an awesome idea. I think it's because it's a ridiculous idea to put a farm next to an artificial turf field leaking chemicals into the farmland. Last month, we thought we were going to have this open conversation between everybody, bi-directional, like was mentioned before, and I asked the mayor about that, and he stated that you guys are just using public comments, emails, and other independent messages to make up your decision, and I just don't think that that's right. I think there should be some sort of town meeting where we can all come together and figure out a solution together. I will briefly finish with some other times of what I've said when I got up here, because it's all relevant. 1, we want to build a new shiny athletic facility. 2, we have other facilities that are in dire need of being fixed. 3, 2 summers ago, the budget warranted a call to not even open up a facility, the community center pool, the outdoor pool. Last fall, you didn't want to open the high school pool for open swim, which is literally only the cost of lifeguards because the pool's already being used for school, the swim team, Parks and Rec swim team, and swim lessons. Last winter, we couldn't fix a water fountain in the pool for almost 2 months. And ultimately, after 2 months, it was replaced after waiting to have it fixed. So forgive my doubt that as a taxpayer, we can even afford to have a brand new facility. The $1.5 million will cover the field, but what about everything else? Where's all that money coming from? Once this is built, what assurance can you give that we will still be able to fully fund all the other services of the town, including the education budget, which, as you know, is a shortfall of that same amount of $1.5 million? It has been mentioned that we need to put something there because we have it, and taxpayers are paying for it. When my family parks both cars in the garage, like he mentioned, we have plenty of room in the driveway for 1, 2, or maybe even 3 more cars. Do I buy them because the space is there? To me, it seems we are trying to put a square peg in a round hole with a new field on Keisha. No one is saying we don't need more fields, but the square hole, the one that fits, is a beautiful grass field at Millwoods. Thank you.
Mr. Young?
Change the pace.
Sorry, Mr. Young, I'm out of your way. Unless you want me to read yours too?
Yeah.
Good evening. My name is Robert Young. I live at 20 Copper Mill Road. I do not favor putting turf or any kind of fields on the Keisha Farm. I don't even believe it's suitable for farming. The only thing it might be suitable for is for some walking trails. Not much more than that. When you go and look at what the town of Wethersfield paid for the appraisal for the Keisha Farm, that's something nobody has seen, except for the town council at that time, and maybe some of their friends and buddies, but the public didn't see it. This was mailed to me 10 months after the referendum, even though I asked for it following the public hearing on the Keisha Farm. I mean, it took me over a year, more and more, just to get a copy of the appraisal for the Keisha Farm. The total of the Keisha Farm value, and this is what we all should have known long before it went to vote, was $1.7 million. What they did, the appraisal shows that they took property that was being sold for building lots to come up with $1.7 million. There is a property in Wethersfield no more than a mile from the Keisha Farm in 2016 that was for 20 building lots, and the average building lot was $40,000 apiece to put a house on it. That's 20 houses, $40,000 each. A year later, our town council, not this one, but Mr. Rall was involved in it, Mr. Lesser was involved in it, our friend Mr. Forrest was involved in it. We paid $2.4 million. And if we had known, we citizens would have known, if the town council would have handed this out to us instead of suppressing the information, we wouldn't be here tonight, folks, because we never would have bought it for $2.4 million. The appraisal says at the high end, it was only worth 1.7. And it was based on development of building lots, totally different from what the value of a farm lot, farm acreage is worth. Today, farm acreage is only worth $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 an acre. But we paid $75,000 an acre. We paid $75,000 an acre for wetlands. 5 acres of lousy wetlands that the state of Connecticut says it's only worth $50 to $100 an acre. We paid $75,000 because our incompetent town council at that time wanted to buy something. And you know these guys like big numbers. So here we are. No purpose for the property when you went out. In 2018, April of 2018, they got this appraisal. The public hearing wasn't until September 4th of 2018. And did they mention this? No, not at all. The following meeting after the presentation, the hearing, I asked, where is it? Not a single one of our council members would say boo. Everybody kept it quiet. It was called suppression of information that would kill the deal. And that's how our town council at that time was. Keep the truth, the information quiet so nobody knows anything about it. Okay, next. I've been looking at this and I've been talking about this for a long time. Yet I don't get a single answer from that earlier council, and I don't get a single answer from this council. But what should be done with the Keisha Farm, since we paid so much money for it, is it should go into 55 and over homes. Now, I looked at a number of properties around the area, as well as Collier Farms. It's like a development. Collier Farms is 31 acres of land. Collier Farms was built on 17.1 acres of that 41 acres. They put 83 houses on it. Based on that, and that includes the roads, based on that, you could put 130 houses on Keisha Farm and bring in $1.5 million once it's totally built out.
Mr.
And it
Young.
will only take a few years to build it out. Thank you, I know, you keep shutting me off all the time because you don't like what I'm saying. And you have yet to do anything. And what else is interesting there is when I looked at,
You got 5 minutes.
I'm done?
Everybody has the 5 minutes. I actually gave you 5 minutes and
I'm done.
56 seconds. So, a little gracious.
I'll be back.
I know you will. Yes, sir.
To the council. The journals. I was.
Good evening. Tony Costanzo, 92 Collier Road. I'd like to thank all of you for being here this evening. A little shorter than the last guy.
I feel your pain.
I'm literally this tall sitting down, too. I did write something this time, and here it goes. As a concerned resident of Wethersfield, I'm writing to express my strong opposition to the proposed sports complex at Keisha Farm and urge you to reconsider your decision. First and foremost, I firmly believe that there is space available at Millwoods for such a field. Millwoods already offers a suitable location, eliminating the need to encroach upon the rich farming soil at Keisha Farm. Considering the potential damage to our environment caused by artificial turf, it only makes sense to allocate this infrastructure to a more appropriate area. Furthermore, it appears that the voices of the residents living near Keisha Farm have been disregarded throughout this decision-making process. The feedback and concerns of the townspeople who hold deep connection to this beautiful piece of land should be given utmost consideration. I implore you to genuinely listen to the sentiments of the community and respect their wishes. Additionally, it is disheartening to witness the existing sports fields in our own town struggling to receive proper maintenance. Instead of focusing on adding more fields, we should prioritize nurturing and effectively managing the ones we already have. It is crucial to address the current issues and ensure the quality and functionality of the existing facilities before proceeding with any new projects. This approach reflects the wisdom of any responsible person. In conclusion, I urge you to pause and reflect on the decision to move forward with an artificial turf at Keisha Farm. Let us reconsider the location choice and thoroughly explore alternatives such as utilizing the space at Millwoods. By listening to the concerns of the community and responsibly managing the current fields, we can achieve a well-rounded approach that benefits all residents. Thank you for your time and consideration. I trust that you will carefully contemplate this matter and make the informed decision that aligns with the best interests of our town.
Yes, ma'am.
Whew, I don't like this. But anyway, good evening, everybody, and everybody out there. I had written something, and I might refer to some of it.
Yes.
My name is, I'm getting there. I just thought everybody knew who I was. No. I'm Margie Gelfenbein. I live at 37 Stonegate Drive, and to me, Keisha Farm was the best place to get veggies and fruit, everything. Nice people who owned it. My backyard would be directly in line with all the fields, all the noise. I was under the impression that there were going to be 3 fields. Am I wrong about that? Is it now just 1 field?
1.5.
1 field. And I was also under the impression that maybe the fields would be available from 8 o'clock in the morning until 8 at night with lights, concessions, bathrooms, parking. I forget the fellow who lives across from the barn, where he said the cars during the, when the kids are out there playing games. I was coming down Collier one day, and I had to actually inch my way out of the street so I could make a left-hand turn and not get hit. And maybe the parking lot in the field would help. I don't know. The smell and the noise. I'm old, and I'm proud of it. And I would like to have some peace and quiet sometimes. I'm all for sports. I have 3 children. They went through the Wethersfield school system. My middle daughter was a soccer player, a basketball player. I never, ever heard any problems with the fields. I mean, I know that was several years ago, so now there are many issues. Oh, it's hot in here. You took off your, what do you call it? I know you all have heard the issues. I'm very aware of many of the issues, not so much with the actual plans, but you're taking a quiet residential area and turning it into a nightmare for some of us older people. I'm all for sports. I think it's great. Sometimes I think it's a wee bit much. My husband gets carried away with it. And I passed out an article. I was cleaning. We've been in our house for 47 years. We've been in this house. That we were the first house on Stonegate. And I was trying to go through some things, and I came across a Wethersfield Life magazine from May of 2013. And the article was about the Wilkes farm off of Willow Street. And it caught my eye. And I just liked what it said. Townspeople spoke and were heard. Evidently, the council, the issues were a little bit different. The council went in favor of the neighbors. Goff Road neighbors win the fight to preserve their neighbors. And this, the article was by Joyce Rosignol. I guess there's a lot more work that needs to be done to compromise with the people who are so interested in this sports complex. But I agree, if Millwoods can house a lot of this, one field I guess would be fine, but keep the noise down, please. Thank you.
So Chief, just a little heads up that in your presentation you had fireworks and noise complaints. I think there were 35 noise complaints. Make sure that the folks on Stonegate are well monitored for that.
It's not funny.
Yes, ma'am, in the back.
Good evening. Jordan Coe, 151 Griswold Road. I wasn't planning to speak tonight, just a few comments. First of all, I want to thank you all for your wonderful commentary. I've learned a great deal, have not been involved in the process. I am a fairly new sports parent. I am going to plead ignorance. I am not an athlete myself. I have other gifts. But what I'd like to say, as I've recently joined the board of the Wethersfield Field Hockey Club, we don't have fields. And it's an embarrassment when we're reaching out to other towns who want to play us, who want to engage with us, and who want to have an incredible experience with our town. People want to come to this town. Look at how it's growing, right? Commercially, residentially. I think we have a wonderful opportunity. It feels good to watch these kids play, but I would just want to be very clear about something. Mill Woods could not accommodate what we need. With lacrosse, with field hockey, we do currently play on turf. That is a reality. That's not a preference. That's just how those sports are played. And again, as I'm learning more and more about these sports, I just want to make sure that we have the appropriate facilities for our youth to have safe and engaging experiences. So I just wanted to be clear about that, that while it sounds great, I live across the street from Millwoods. It's a wonderful place. It's really not ready for prime time. But thank you all so much, and thanks for all that I've learned tonight. And I know you have to make a decision, but I just wanted to make that one point, that we are not in any way, shape, or form ready to say to our youth sports, we're just going to fix a few fields and everything's going to be fine. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Yep. Yes.
Good evening, and thank you for all the work that you do, the selfless work that you do as our town council. My name is Patricia Carroll, 34 Chesterfield Road here in town. I voted for the town's acquisition of Keisha Farm because it would preserve open space for our town and our children. When I see plans and the word field on it, I wonder if the town council has given thought to a crucial group of citizens in town, those over 65 years of age. According to the U.S. Census data, Wethersfield's population for people over 65 is greater than the population of those under 18. So why not create field space for lower impact activities that seniors can participate in, such as lawn bowling or even bocce ball? Bocce ball has been a Special Olympic sport for over 30 years and provides team contact for those with special needs. So please think about the entire community when you label something field. I am not in favor of turf fields due to the PFAS content, chemicals that do not degrade in the environment. There is often a chrome rubber layer made from thousands of old tires which expose children to chemicals, potentially heavy metals, carcinogens, which then end up in our soil, our water, and our ecosystems. This summer, Boston banned the use of artificial turf with PFAS components in its parks. Westport, another large school district, has already passed town legislation banning chrome rubber for its sports fields. The other issue is the temperature of the field. The National Recreation and Park Association reports, and I'm quoting, "Since grass leaves release water vapor, that water vapor leads to cooling. Grass fields really rarely get above 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Turf fields, in comparison, regularly rise well over 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Penn State University's Center for Sports Surface Research conducted studies and found that the surface temperatures during hot, sunny conditions could average from 140 to 170 degrees Fahrenheit. Keisha Farm sports activities, I hope, will include cross-country skiing, snowshoeing, hiking, and geocaching. Not all sports are played on a field. And importantly, I hope the physical plans will eventually include an outdoor classroom to support our town's science curriculum and a place for learning if we have to face another COVID-type pandemic. I read the August 17th article in the Rear Reminder and was struck by a comment, and I'm quoting, "I don't think it's fair that it, or the property, just sits there. Land never just sits. It is alive with animal, insect, and plant life, birds, bees, flowers, aquifers, woodland creatures that call the land their home, doing what they have been doing for eternity, working to live and contribute to the ecosystems that make our earth not just beautiful, but inhabitable. We would do well to keep this in mind." Thank you.
Yes, sir, in the back. I didn't see anybody over here.
Hello, my name's Josh Johnson. I live at 130 Griswold Road. Thank you for giving the opportunity to speak. I'll be brief. Like you've heard from many of the sports folks in here tonight, our sports fields are essentially non-existent. We have lines striped over open grass spaces that we found, and we make it work because the kids love sports, and we love the kids, and we want to give them an opportunity to play. That's it. It's good for them. They need to be out there. They need to be playing. I've coached flag football for 7 years. I've coached lacrosse for about 10 years. And I'll tell you, I go out to Hebron, I go to Ram, out to Hebron, I go to Simsbury, I go to Glastonbury. I look at the facilities that they have there, and they do actually have farms adjacent to the sports fields. They have community land plots where you can garden, everyone in the community. It's out there. There's tracks, there's cross-country trails. These things exist. It's possible. I think we need to, as a group, come together as a community and move forward. We can't continue to push the ball down the road any further. We've sat here and we've talked about it and we've talked about it, and I agree the land isn't just sitting still. The animals are out there and they're enjoying the land, but we're paying for it. And the community as a whole, for the most part, isn't really benefiting from it. So I just think as a town, we really should move forward with this, and I encourage you to approve the proposal that's in front of you now so that we can move this ball forward. I will tell you, again, I live at 130 Griswold Road. I'm across the street from the young lady who spoke earlier. I go out to Millwoods every day. My house backs up to one of the softball fields at Millwoods. I deal with the traffic from the local youth sports. I deal with the traffic from the out-of-town adult softball field, softball leagues and them coming in. I deal with the litter and the things that happen, the traffic, the noise. But you know what? I love it. I love it. Living next to that park is amazing. I didn't buy my property because I love the house. It's 202 years old. I bought it because it backed up to a beautiful facility. And I firmly believe that if we were to move forward with a proposal similar to what's being proposed now, it would only improve the neighborhood around Keisha Farms in our town. I have fox, I have coyote, I have migratory birds. They're in my backyard every morning. I drink coffee and I watch them walk through. Then, in the afternoon, the kids come and they play sports. That's okay too. Is it a little loud because of the traffic? Yeah. We can put in a couple speed humps and a couple crosswalks though, and we could probably slow down the traffic around Keisha Farms. These are all solvable problems. What we should not do is continue to sit here and kick the can down the road. We have to move forward, and I think we can do so as a community. There's amazing ideas on the table. All we have to do is be bold enough to approve this plan and move forward and take this as an opportunity to start to right things with the sports for the youth and also include all the other ideas that have been put forth by everybody in the community. That's it. So I didn't write anything down. Sorry, it's a little bit splotchy, but thanks again for your time. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is Yves Noisette. I live at 91 Coleman Road here in Wethersfield. And again, thank you for the work that you do as well. I heard a couple of people say, I'm this age, I'm that age. I'm more than 65. My guys are long gone. I coached many, many years in the youth soccer. My guys played basketball in town, baseball in town. One of the things I want to ask you is, do any of you remember before the turf field? Okay? I know a young man who played soccer at the University of Connecticut many years ago, was a very good player here in town. His teams in the beginning of the process, without the turf field, often had to come up to the middle school because the field was in such bad condition that, and they redid Catone Field, and the turf field had to be put in partly because we needed a decent place to play, okay? When you talk about what other towns have and that they're not, open places, I don't know if they're farms next to some of these places, I will tell you, there are plenty of places in other towns where there were certainly places that look like open fields and farms, and they're very successful. I think the youth sports are fantastic in town, okay, in spite of having to play on inadequate fields with holes. I mean, you should see some of the postage stamp places that were not soccer fields that I ran my two teams on from U9, one of them to U17, one of them to U19. I used to keep an old van in my driveway because on my younger team, there were 4 guys whose parents didn't come to pick them up. Nice people, busy, many of them of foreign background, they had to work a lot. And all those kids today, I'm very proud to say, all of them are doing well. As a matter of fact, one young man who's in the Air Force currently just spent 2 weeks with me staying here so he could visit with his family. Hadn't been here in 4 years, but he was one of the guys I drove around for years and years and years. So those youth sports are a big, big deal. All those guys ended up being good guys. I want to say one thing more about turf fields, okay? I'm a big soccer guy. My older guy played for the University of Connecticut not that many years ago. The University of Connecticut always had a grass field. I played not as well on the JV team way back when UConn was a different kind of school. But now, UConn just put a brand new facility in with a turf field, okay? They never had a turf field, okay? So if our own state university is putting in a turf field, what does that say, okay? To me, it says it's extremely useful. I want the sports people to think, and again, I'm very much in favor of nature too. My niece just had an outdoor wedding, and she came across in a canoe with her husband after the ceremony. It was beautiful. It was a beautiful location. But, okay, the sports are very, very important to these kids. Okay, it keeps them busy, and we need places to play. I think that's probably all that I have to say. But I think where would we be, sports people, without the turf field? If we did not have the field we have over at Catone, I mean, it's not just a question of, yes, we should fix our fields, we should patch them up, but in comparison to what other towns have, oh my goodness, okay? And that turf field is a godsend. It's being used all the time. It's cheerleading. Lacrosse has sometimes gone, much to my dismay, is on there sometimes. Soccer's on there. Football's on there. If you had a kid that played in a high school, you're saying, thank God, okay? The older guy that I said to play for the University of Connecticut, he had to come up here and play on the middle school field. My guys, who are now 31 and 29, got to play on Catone. What a wonderful experience. And you know what? I coached for all these years. I've not seen an increase in injuries. I mean, that's just, maybe there's statistics out there. I'm not a scientist. Okay, that's enough for me. Thank you very much for listening.
Gentleman with the hat, yep.
Good evening, my name's Troy Monroe. I live at 448 Brimfield Road. I'm just going to share some thoughts that I actually shared with Councilman Forrest in the fall when this conversation seemed to have started, or some iteration of the conversation. So my wife and I we moved to Wethersfield in 2012, and we built a wonderful life for our family here. We love our town. I'm an avid gardener. I love everything about our life here. Our children have really enjoyed their time here as well. I grew up in Middletown, and our fields were a joke there. It was sort of depressing as a kid to play sports in Middletown. Other teams would come to our fields and make fun of them. We were excellent outfielders in baseball because the bounces were never straight, so we really learned how to put ourselves in front of the ball and sacrifice your body, which at the age of 9 or 10 is a little difficult, but I missed out on an opportunity. They ended up redoing pretty much all the fields in Middletown after I left school, and now they have some of the best facilities in central Connecticut. And my fear here is that if we keep moving this conversation down the road, that our kids are all going to be saying the same thing. And at this point, the fields, it's making it challenging for all of us. I coach soccer. I really love not only the experience of sports for our kids, but also the opportunity to teach kids how to be good friends, how to help them learn to be coachable, to find their confidence, and give them a sense of pride in our town and in our facilities. And so our fields need to be improved. I think we all have said that tonight. And I think that's one of the few things we can all agree on, is that our town's fields need to be improved. My concern with the current fields is a lot of them aren't even regulation sizes. So we're just going to be fixing holes on fields that actually aren't adequate for a lot of our sports here. So the high school's turf field, like the last gentleman just said, it's an amazing facility. Our lacrosse teams, especially my son's age and my daughter's program, really don't have much access to that field. When they do, it's an amazing experience for them. Again, this is the experience that they get when they go play in other towns. I will tell you, with lacrosse, as much as we want to debate turf field, whether it's good or not and environmentally sound, it is a completely different experience playing lacrosse on a turf field. My son's a goalie. The ball bounces differently, and he's at a huge disadvantage when he goes to our turf fields at Catone. Sorry, not turf fields, going down to the Cove on the grass fields and having to play on those types of fields. It's really hard. So we also lose time in the spring. We lose 2 to 3 weeks of soccer every single year because our turfs, our regular grass fields are not open. So it's a huge challenge. My support of this project isn't motivated by just the idea of making our kids better athletes or building strength and competitiveness of our sports programs. I really think this is about equaling access to facilities and providing our families in town with reasons to keep their children on teams with their friends. We want our kids playing on town teams so they don't need to go play for premier club teams and lose that opportunity to play with kids that are in their classroom, which a lot of kids are doing because they have better access at these premier programs to these other fields. So personally, I think that new fields will go a long way to help us and really as we strive to keep our kids together. I thank you for the opportunity to share my opinions tonight, and good luck with the challenge of this conversation, but thanks everybody for listening.
Anybody else? Yes, sir, in the back.
Good evening, Kevin Martin, 31 Kimberly Lane. I'm the director of tackle football here in town, and I've heard that we need to maintain the fields that we have. I can tell you that the fields that we have, much like Steve Weaver said and the last person spoke to, are not regulation. They're not amenable to playing. We play at Webb, which is on a slope. It's on a hill. It's probably 5 feet higher on one end of the field to the bottom. It's not, you can laugh. We just played against Glastonbury tonight there, and all the plays end up going in one direction because no one wants to run up the hill. That's not how you're supposed to teach these kids to play. Additionally, the drainage is awful, terrible. This field is not amenable to simple fix. Fill in a pothole, maybe have a roller out there, whatever you want to do. It's not going to fix the issue that the field doesn't drain, the soil's not good, it's on a slope. On Friday, we had rain. Other towns are practicing because they have fields that are amenable to play. We end up trying to get onto Catone. It's booked because that's the only turf field in town. We actually end up as a youth program trying to talk to Rocky Hill to find out if there's facilities in their town that our kids can play on. That to me is, you're trying to take pride in your community, pride in your town. That's kind of bottom of the barrel stuff, where we're trying to find our neighbors to go use the facilities that they have that we're not willing to put, investments into. So I won't belabor, all the points that everyone else has made, but to Steve Weaver, there's just we don't have the space. There's only so many fields, and there's teams, and our programs are growing, which is a great thing. That's what we want. We want to get as many kids as possible active, involved in getting all the positive things out of sports, but we're running out of space. And the Cove is not a athletic field. It's a place that we put a carnival in, twice a year, and we have heavy equipment driving through there. There's, divots and tire marks. It doesn't drain well. Kids are shooting lacrosse balls into the Cove. Environmental issue right there. Lacrosse balls go into the Cove because there's not enough space there. Fuller is a nightmare. It's got a ridge in it. One field flows down. Again, the facilities are not what they need to be. They're not up to standard, and it would be great. I encourage all of you to consider moving forward with this proposal. We need the space. We need facilities that are adequate for the sports that we're playing. There's so many benefits that these kids get out of this, and that's all I have to say.
ma'am.
Hi, I'm Eileen Candles. I live at 106 Windmill Hill, not adjacent to the farms, or that farm, adjacent to Wilkes Farm Fields, though. I am a sports parent, had 2 children who grew up playing sports very actively, a husband who coached multiple teams, both soccer and basketball, as well as has served on the Parks and Shade Commission and provided a lot of intel, I would say, especially to the soccer community about the maintenance of the fields. And what I would add to the conversation tonight is, again, an echo of we need to use the other fields that we have right now better. They need to be maintained. They need to be maintained differently. You don't go adding an addition to your house before you fix the house that you already have. You fix and patch up and repair or overcome the obstacles that you have within your own home first. Then you look at an addition and where the addition potentially should be and what makes sense. I understand that some of our neighboring towns have a separate Parks and Rec division that maintains their fields differently than physical services, or however it's divided here. But however we have it here in Wethersfield is not enough. It's not the best approach. So go back to the source of the problem, and that's perhaps more of the source of the problem that we should be looking at first. Lastly, I guess I would say is look at the seal behind you. It has a farm. It's historical. That's why I love Wethersfield, not only because of the community and the friends that we've made in every different walk of life that we've had, sports, community, concerts, etc. It's been because it appreciates the land. And I think respecting the Keisha Farm property and the, 70% of the recommendations in one of the polls were to maintain it as open space, perhaps use it for more passive recreation. I lean towards the 70% of the town that said that. We need to do a better job with our fields for all of the kids, absolutely. But look at what we have. Look at Millwoods first. And absolutely, I don't agree with synthetic anywhere.
Anybody else? Yes, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry. We'll go with you in the orange after.
Hello, Tara Costanzo, 92 Collier Road. When I walked into the voting booth to vote yes to purchase the Keisha Farm property, I never imagined that someday I'd be standing here fighting against a sports complex with artificial turf. It deeply concerns me that this plan fails to consider the wishes of 71% of the people who desired open space, walking trails, and farming opportunities. Where is the financial allocation and comprehensive plan for those aspects? It seems as though it's been neglected entirely. This proposal as it stands caters only to a select group, disregarding the potential for creating space that benefits the entire community. Instead, there is ample room available at Millwoods for such a sports complex. If artificial turf is implemented at Keisha Farm, it will render farming on the property and make it obsolete. I must express my disappointment in the council for not giving due consideration to the voices of the community. It is disheartening to feel that our concerns and desires are not being heard. The notion being circulated that sports families in town overwhelmingly influence the decision to purchase the property is misleading. I implore you to refrain from repeating this narrative as it lacks factual basis. Have you conducted exit polls to truly understand the motivations behind the community's vote to acquire the property? This information is crucial and it needs to be acknowledged in a way that we are not being pitted against the sports community. I think it's shameful. Regarding the artificial turf, I want to keep Keisha green. We were never against having a field, but an artificial turf is very scary to all of us. 2014, I think you are basing your assumption or your educated opinion off of that study. We actually have an article from, letter actually, Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai. We have copies made for everyone, and we can hand them out to you. The division is the Children's Environmental Health Center, Department of Environmental Medicine and Public Health. And it's addressed August 16, 2023, to the Wethersfield Town Manager and Town Council. The Children's Environmental Health Center of Icahn School of Medicine at Mount Sinai strongly discourages the installation of artificial turf playing surfaces and fields due to the uncertainties surrounding the safety of these products and potential for dangerous heat and chemical exposures. I've heard a lot of people say tonight that they're safe. Well, here are some facts that really smart people gathered. Studies to assess the safety of artificial turf are ongoing and inconclusive. The preponderance of existing data on artificial turf pertains to recycled tire infill, or crumb rubber, which contains known carcinogens and neurotoxins. Concerns about the safety of the recycled rubber playing surfaces have been raised by the federal government based on a lack of comprehensive studies. In 2016, the United States Environmental Protection Agency announced the launch of an investigation into the safety of crumb rubber and the partnership with the Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Existing studies do not comprehensively evaluate the concerns of health risks from exposure to tire crumb. In 2019, the US EPA published a portion of their findings from these studies. Fact, which confirmed the presence of chemicals linked to cancer, nervous system toxicity, and impaired reproductive development by hydrocarbons, benzene, lead, and phosphates. The authors emphasize that the report findings do not constitute a risk assessment and cannot be interpreted. And as I'm reading this 4-page thing, what really upset me, and I can't imagine any parent would want to put this on their child. It's to know that children are uniquely vulnerable to harmful exposure from artificial turf surfaces because of their unique physiology and behaviors, rapidly developing organ systems, and immature detoxification mechanisms. Children may be exposed to artificial turf chemicals through ingestion, inhalation, skin absorption, and open wounds and broken skin. And if you knew my daughter, she came home from camp and she has stuff all over broken on her. Children and young athletes breathe faster than adults, putting them at greater risk for inhalation of chemicals that gas off from turf fields. Small children put their hands and other objects in their mouth, increasing the risk of exposure. It seems like to me that we really need to take a look at whether it's so vitally important to a small number of people in our town to create something, put something on a farm that is beautiful and we could keep it green versus putting artificial turf. I mean, cancer is rampant everywhere. We should not allow this in our town. Other towns are banning it. I'm not sure why we haven't. We really should. We should ban it. And I do believe kids should play on fields, just green ones. So thank you very much.
Anybody else? Yes, ma'am, in the back.
Good evening. I'm Nancy Janchel, 5 Jacob Drive. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. As far as my husband and I are concerned, we are not opposed to adding a sports field. We've spent many years supporting our 2 sons and now our 5 grandchildren in sporting events. My husband and I don't feel this vote tonight is really about a sports field or not a sports field. We do support adding a natural turf field at Millwoods. It could happen more quickly and cost less money. The roads, parking lots, restrooms, and sewers are already there. And as far as the gas transmission line, the field could just be relocated. We support keeping Keisha green. An artificial turf field would preclude ever farming there. Zinc has been found in stormwater runoff from synthetic turf. Heavy metals like cadmium and lead have been found on artificial turf fields and can negatively impact the wildlife and plants and microorganisms there. These heavy metals can also accumulate in the soil and in the water. We agree that fixing the problems with our town athletic fields is important, and I was at the meeting last month, I believe, when the drainage at the high school field is slated to be repaired. We're not objecting to a natural grass multi-use field to be added later to Keisha once Highcrest is established. We'd also like to mention that House Bill number 5070 will come up again next session. The purpose of this is to prohibit state and municipal contracts for the purchase and installation of artificial turf fields that pose both health and environmental concerns. We would like to see another revision that would reflect more of what Peter Minuti came up with in the Yukon study, which was one grass field, one parking lot, one short driveway, and 3 restrooms. What we want to avoid is the dangers of the PFASs, the PFAS. These forever chemicals are in artificial turf. And the first step would be to take off all the valuable agricultural soil, then 400,000 pounds of ground up tires create the infill. On top of that, 40,000 pounds of plastic has PFASs added to it because otherwise the grass blades wouldn't stand up. Now, many of you remember that we got rid of plastic bags, we got rid of plastic straws. Well, 40,000 pounds of plastic is equivalent to either 2 million plastic bags or 46 million plastic straws, and that's just for one field. Now, what would this mean for our neighborhood? It would take, I calculated, 34 dump trucks filled with this industrial waste for each field. So that would mean 68 trips up and down our quiet neighborhood roads. Another thing that hasn't really been mentioned is on both plans, there's a 50 by 50 foot building in the middle of the farm for concessions. And I really don't know what that has to do with providing a field for students. It sounds more to me like a sports complex. Parking for 120 cars is on the current plan, but where would the buses and the vans park? They can't go on the street because, as you've heard, the street is already filled with the local kids. So in conclusion, I'd like to say this vote tonight is really about the long-term health of our children and grandchildren, and also being shepherds of our environment, our farmland. Once polluted, the farmland can't be recreated. Please vote no for artificial turf anywhere. Millwoods, our sports complex, is ready now for a well-designed natural grass field. Parks and Recreation Advisory Board unanimously voted on April 27th to place the next field there, and that's where we feel it should be. Thank you.
Anybody else? Oh, that's right, I'm sorry.
Hi, I'm Kate Miller. I live at 563 Goff Road. I am here in support of additional fields. Being a mother of 3 athletes and a coach of 2 sports in town, both soccer and lacrosse, I see firsthand the need for additional fields. I'm so thankful to be among so many generous volunteers supporting all of our youth sports. Our jobs, however, each year are getting harder and harder as we have to battle it out for field space. We need new fields so we can continue to do what we love and support our Wethersfield youth. Thank you.
Anybody else? Going once? Going twice? I won't do the strike analogy. I think we've got enough sports going tonight. So right now, what I would, and then nobody else has any comments on any other matters before us tonight on the agenda, correct? So if you don't mind me asking of some council indulgence, that we move item L1, unfinished business, Keisha Farm concept plan, up on the agenda to right after D, public comment.
Second.
Well, any concerns with that? Just not looking at 2.5 hours already in, so, okay.
Do we need to vote?
We'll, just not yet, I mean,
On the
Moving.
oh, yeah, yes, yep. May I have a motion? It's already been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you for that. What we have before us is the conceptual plan. We've heard from various members of the public tonight, as well as at the last month's meeting. I think, thank you to the town manager and engineering and, taking in some of the concerns that were heard last month. The plan has changed. It has actually evolved since last summer, even evolved since the time that the Keisha Farm Committee presented their recommendations to us. This is a plan that incorporates, as I said earlier, all three. The total acreage on the parcel, numbers vary, but it's approximately 30 acres. 29 is in some reports, 32 I think is in the actual referendum question that was presented to the council in 2018. Approximate, and I'm getting to it, Mr. Town Manager, approximate acreage is before us. If anybody has had a chance to see it, it's in the packet. Conceptually, taking in the comments from the folks before us tonight, as well as in the past, it is broken down into 3 sections. Color-coded for us, there is a section of about 5 acres. This is the Keisha Farm property that includes the barn and a hoop house. That is approximately 5 acres. Across the street is the house, an existing farm as well that is actually, I don't know if it's currently being farmed, but it is being used by a farmer on that property. There is the potential for another community farm further to the east, and then there is the walking trails or open space component. Folks have talked about walking trails, cross-country skiing was mentioned tonight. This incorporates, it's not broken down by how many feet, linear feet or miles, but in our proposed concept for how to use this property, walking trails are included. It is difficult in the wetlands. We have heard from residents about that property, propensity to flood, as well as difficulty to access it. That has always been part of the conversation, even presented by the Keisha Farm Committee, that would not be ideal for either agriculture or for active recreation, sports fields. So this concept includes, and it's not set in stone, where, how, material, or anything just yet, but that would be walking trails. And then finally, there is an aspect of this that includes, and it's in yellow because it does refer to recreational use, that would be for a field and a half for sports as well as parking. This also includes the entry and exit of the property as well. Looking at the proposed field and a half, it would be similar to the field that is at Catone. It does have, it's pretty small despite my glasses, but I think it's approximately 460 by 225 feet or 255. The other portion is about 250 by 250, that's square footage. It amounts to about 3.46, not about, it amounts to 3.46 acres of property, which is less than, or approximately the 10% of the total 32 acres of property. That is the actual two fields. Again, this is a conceptual plan to move forward with what we want to do with that property. I said it earlier, the property was purchased by the town. The taxpayers are paying for it. The concept now is, and what we are voting on tonight is, what is before us is for the Keisha Farm property. Mentioned from the public have been about Mill Woods. That obviously is a conversation to be had in the future. But for this conversation tonight and our vote tonight would be on what are we going to do with the Keisha Farm property. This is, again, a conceptual map to provide to or conceptual site plan to provide to the town manager to work with not only engineering within town staff, but to go out to landscape architects, traffic engineers, designers, experts in topography to figure out best use of this property and how could we incorporate all three that were mentioned, not only in the Keisha Farm survey results, but also included in the bond referendum in 2018. That's just the start of the conversation. I'm sure there's more to be discussed, but I will open the floor up to comments. Councilman Pintello.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I just want to thank everybody for their comments here tonight, and it is 9:30, and we're still in now the second form of this council meeting, and not all of us, some of us, Fred, get paid the big bucks to be here, as well as the chief, but it is getting late, so I do want everybody to know that your passion is appreciated. I did briefly just want to address a few things that I heard tonight from the public, some of the emails that I've read regarding this issue. The first one being the lack of community input. The whole goal of this resolution was to basically start the conversation that we're having now, and pretty much move forward with a conceptual plan of something to do with this property. The mayor mentioned it earlier. We've been paying on this property, and it's still a fallow field. And as a co-author of this resolution, I'd be the first one to say that I would have loved to have seen an indoor facility. First one, you guys could all pin the blame on me. I thought that was an awesome idea. But what happened? I listened to the public and the feedback and realized through Fred's renderings what it would look like, and I quickly realized it wasn't feasible or popular with the community. So what did I choose to do? I opened myself up to some sort of compromise. The second is the farming piece. So I keep hearing about these farms that want to come in. I heard it mentioned here tonight. All these farms that want to come in and take over the property. But I've never seen a farmer or organization come before this body and say, these are the crops that I want to grow, this is what the program would look like. I haven't seen it yet. And I do want to give everybody a little background. For almost 5 years of my life, I worked in agriculture. I traveled all across the country working with every farm that you could possibly imagine. Beef flats, dairy farms, chicken farms, pig farms, avocado and almond farms out in Central California, Salinas, California, Yuma, Arizona, with all the vegetation. So I have a pretty keen understanding of agriculture and what it takes to have an organic farm that they keep mentioning. And I say all this because I'm what you would call a regenerative farming nerd. If there was for those of you, regenerative farming is a natural way to restore a body of land through a combination of livestock, different sort of vegetation growing and basically making it a natural ecosystem. And I traveled across the country and I worked with these farms doing it, and I loved it. I'm a homesteading, regenerative farming nerd. And if there was a proposal for anything like that, or regarding and instituting any sort of a plan like that to revitalize this land, which it no doubtedly needs to be at this point because it has been sitting vacant for years, then I absolutely would have been receptive to that and probably would have supported it. The other piece that I keep hearing is these environmental effects. And first, as far as turf fields go, there has been multiple federal and state agencies that have approved the use of these synthetic fields. And even like the gentleman said earlier with UConn approving a synthetic field up there. And the other thing that I'm finding ironic is the same neighbors and members of the community that are fearing these PFAS chemicals and cancer concerns and environmental concerns, or even a farm going next to any sort of synthetic turf. I mean, those same neighbors about Wethersfield Country Club, a golf course. And the average golf course in this country contains 7 separate PFAS chemicals and over 10 separate pesticides, including large amounts of glyphosate and atrazine. So the thing that I'd like to say is this whole issue, to me, we've been talking about it for over a year, and everybody's right. It's become exhausting. A few people did say that. And I think if you look at from where we started with the original resolution to where we are now, this has been nothing but a compromise. Everybody gets a little bit of what they wanted. Everybody gets a little bit of farming. The folks that wanted open space get open space, and the athletic fields that that clearly need it get. I think what did Fred say? There was two fields needed. So this solves half of our problem. Right at a field that we purchased in the referendum, in the explanatory text that was part of the purchase. So this is, in my mind, this conceptual plan moving forward does compromise. I was certainly willing to, and I think it's fair and equitable for the entire community, and I'll support this moving forward.
Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. I'm going to go back a little ways to 2018, when this all developed. And I'm going to read so that there's no mistake on what is fact. I get a lot of comments that I don't have the facts straight. So this is the process. The council approved the idea of moving forward with the purchase of Keisha property. And the next step is the town has to go to the Planning and Zoning Department for approval. Anytime we purchase or sell a piece of land, we have to have what they call an 824 review. And on August 7th in 2018, before the referendum, the Planning and Zoning had to approve the idea, the concept of purchasing the property. And I'm going to read you some of this. The town clerk will have a copy of it. It's available online on the town website and the meeting minutes of August 7th. As was said earlier, in the initial statement, the town would like to use the land for future recreational purposes, open space, and municipal use. Commissioner Oyko commented that Wethersfield needs open space and asked if we needed more recreational land and why. Ms. Bagley, who was at that time serving as the interim town manager, has been a Parks and Rec supervisor in our town for over 40 years. I don't have the exact number of years, but I believe she's one of the longest employees in the town. And she knows what she's talking about. And this is what she said. Ms. Bagley stated, speaking in her capacity as the Director of Parks and Recreation, that more recreational space is definitely needed in town, particularly athletic fields. In the last couple of years, more athletic field sports have been added: field hockey, lacrosse. Any land that is nearly flat is currently being utilized, and there is a desperate need for fields. I want to reread that, because this was in 2018, and Millwoods existed. Millwoods was laid out in the way it is right now. Any land that is nearly flat is currently being utilized, and there is a desperate need for fields. The future use of this land would be a big help in meeting the needs the town has today and in the future. Ms. Bagley, Chairman Harley asked how the purchase of the property would be funded. Ms. Bagley stated that the town is looking to bond it over a period of years. They are not proposing applying for a grant of state funds, because that will come with conditions that the land can't be used for any active recreational purposes. What she was talking about is Wilkes Farm, where we cannot use that land for active recreation. Ms. Bagley stated the town council's intent is to use the land for municipal recreational use, future athletic fields, and open space. Commissioner Deane asked what specific active uses the town is looking at. Ms. Bagley stated that an example of active use would be athletic fields that are organized for sports activities as opposed to flying a kite or walking in the park. Clerk Roberts asked if the house at 303 Highland Street is part of the purchase. Ms. Bagley answered yes, and is important for its frontage on Highland Street, and the thinking right now is that house will not be there in the future. Clerk Roberts asked if any preliminary drawings have been done for the amount of parking, fields, infrastructure that the property can accommodate. Ms. Bagley stated that since the land came up for sale, this has been a fairly quick process and no drawings have been prepared yet. Commissioner Silver stated from a planning standpoint, he thinks this is a great use for the town and is in favor of the purchase of the property. From personal knowledge, he knows there is a great lack of athletic fields, and the athletic advancement of our kids will be improved greatly by having additional facilities. Commissioner Antoniak asked Ms. Bagley how many athletic fields could be constructed on the largest parcel of this property. Ms. Bagley stated that her gut feeling is that there is the potential to design something that would really help meet the town's needs. There would be a process to assess what those needs are and make the best sense to put there to get the most out of it. As I said, that's in the record. It's not something that I made up. There's been an ongoing trend to not have any athletic fields there. I've heard people comment that that's not what they voted for. They voted for open space. And that, I'm sorry, is absolutely not true. It was on the explanatory text that we all saw when we went in to vote. You chose not to read it, I can't comment on that. But it was in there, and it stated athletic fields, plural, not one. And over a period of years, that got translated into possibly a field. And I don't know how that happened. It just morphed into that. I think what we're proposing to do is to provide a piece of property for each of the major requests that the citizens said they wanted to see. Now, when this thing went out to vote, and again, I'm criticized for saying that it tipped the scales, the referendum question is very loosely worded. It covers all the bases. They even put municipal uses in there. I asked, what's municipal uses? Well, we can do this, we can do that. We could put a town hall there. We could put a firehouse there. We could put the police station there. We could put the transfer station there. No one's talking about any of that, but that would have been an acceptable use for the property. And people voted for that. Now, maybe they shouldn't have voted for it. Personally, I voted against it. But what I'm doing up here is to try and satisfy the needs of all the residents, not my personal interest, okay? And I think this plan is a step in the right direction. Everybody gets a little bit, and the idea of having more conversation and compromise, I got to tell you, a lot of people don't understand what the word compromise is. It's my way, as long as it doesn't have any fields, that's the compromise. And that's not the way it works. So we have a difficult job up here. We're trying to satisfy a group of people, maybe 100, maybe 200, maybe 1,000, 1,400. We've heard surveys of 1,400 names. Well, let me tell you, there's 27,000 residents in town. There's 14,000 households. A lot of people have interest in what gets done with the property. Not everybody has kids in playing sports. My kids are grown. They used the fields when they were growing up. I support that. I support open space. I support farming. But I don't say, look, this is what, these are the options of what was proposed, and you can vote yes or you can vote no. Matter of fact, there was even a proposal by some residents to sell some of the parcels of land surrounding the property. I thought that was a great idea. You build some houses on Highland and Collier, and with the proceeds, you can fund the development of what else you want to put in that property. I said, the referendum question won't allow that. Oh, well, we'll ask the town attorney. Town attorney says, yeah, you can do that if you want. Well, guess what? You can't do that. Now that we bought it, you can't do that. Now that we bought it, we don't really want athletic fields on there. So, I'm sorry I'm not able to please everybody, but I think this is a good proposal, and I think it's a step in the right direction. And as the mayor said, we're here to talk about what we're going to do with this property, not what we're going to do with Millwoods. Separate conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Clancy and then Councilman Hill.
Sure, just a few sentences. I just think if you've been paying attention or watching the news in the last few weeks, the need to preserve land for high-ground farming couldn't be more clear. We just watched Vermont get washed away. Farmers have just been destroyed in Southern California. Hundreds of our own acres down by the river were ruined this summer. And we, global warming is just beginning to kick in. We know it's going to get worse. If you've seen the charts of, where we're going to be in Connecticut in 100 years, we're going to need that. And so to put a field there that could contaminate that, I just don't think is a good idea. And I think everybody agrees that what we're looking for, we do need fields. And I think the Parks and Rec Board said there's room to put 2 fields there. And I really have faith in them that that's what they do. They know that better than anybody else. If they think that that can happen, then I think we should accept their recommendation. And I don't think the Millwoods is built out. I think that's all.
Just a quick comment on that. This does include a farm.
I get that.
Right. So it's not like
But I don't want it to include an artificial field that I think is going to contaminate that farm.
And then, to that point, just simply having this conversation and seeing the emails and talking to folks about synthetic fields, just like we have with the police department and the EV vehicles, we are adapting. Sports fields are adapting. Synthetic fields are not what they used to be. The studies on crumb rubber are out there, and the market is reacting to it. Plastic-coated sand, silica, there are alternatives to carcinogen recycled tires that are out there. I would hope that in the future, and with the leadership of the town manager, that those alternatives be pursued.
Well, if I could respond to that, if we could be promised that it's not going to be crumb rubber and that it's not going to be.
Well, I mean, again, this is just a
stuff,
conceptual.
then I would certainly go along with that.
It's
but
a conceptual
nobody can
plan.
promise us that.
It's a conceptual plan to use a synthetic field. So if we hire consultants that determine best use and what is possible, maybe in the years to come, that is the only material. But I don't think we should hamstring ourselves right now at this point if we're just simply talking about a conceptual plan on what to use in these three aspects of the property.
Just one more response. I really think we should, and I think that the argument that living by the golf course, it's already pretty dangerous. The response to that is, oh, let's make it worse by adding other things. I don't
And I don't want to go back and forth on this, but, you know, one thing I did look at from the town manager's report on other uses of Mill Woods is that there is property, two parcels that came to mind. One would include taking away the two existing T-ball fields. And somebody had mentioned tonight to move those T-ball fields over to Highcrest, where we already have a problem with parking. But one proposal would be to move those two T-ball fields and displace those for a synthetic field there. The other proposal would be to move the synthetic field down close to the dog park. If you know Mill Woods, the turf farm is there, wetlands are there, and the golf brook is there. So if hearing the concerns about runoff on synthetic fields is a concern, I would be concerned about golf brook leading into Millwood Pond and then into, or Mill Pond, and then into the swimming pool.
Exactly.
Right, so
That's the point.
So I wouldn't recommend.
It's bad. It's dangerous.
So, well, I mean, if it's bad for that location, then.
It's not good anywhere.
So we should be. But we do need to look at alternative use of fields, of multi-use fields. So that is where a multi-purpose synthetic field would come into play, so that we can look at lacrosse, field hockey, football, and incorporate those into our existing fields so that these kids have an opportunity to play, rather than wait for fields to dry or rehab themselves. So, Councilman O'Connor.
Yeah, Mayor, to Councilor Clancy, you said you could support this if we could prove they were safe. So I'm going to call you out on that and say at Catone Field, we sealed every piece of rubber, despite the fact that we didn't have to because they were proven, and there are numerous studies to prove that the PFAs are not as carcinogenic as everyone wants them to be, that's opposed to the fields. We actually sealed all of those to prevent that. So this turf that's laying at Catone Field right now, all of those rubber pellets were sealed in something to prevent anything from getting out, which therefore made it safe. So now do you support that?
No, because
Okay, so you don't support a field at all?
No. I mean, I
You
don't
just
think
said
that's-
you would support a turf field if you could prove it was safe.
Yeah,
We
I
just
don't
proved
think
it.
you proved it's safe. I don't think that
Okay,
sentence
well,
proves it's safe.
last I saw, I don't think there are a lot of people dying who have played at Catone Field.
I've met a lot of people who've died that have played at Catone Field.
This conversation.
Well, seriously.
From
That's a
age.
great argument.
This is just going around and around.
All right. Oh, yeah. Councilor Hill and then Councilor Lesser.
Thanks, Mayor, appreciate it. And something, just going off what something Councilor Penello and the Deputy Mayor talked about, and a lot of our coaches is compromise here. And there's a ton of youth coaches here, Coach Ehrlich. This is the type of values, a lot of you have talked about that. This is a compromise moving forward. And that's exactly the type of values my kids learn from the coaches, and I'm just heartened to hear that, because that's, moving forward, that's how everyone in this community has got to look moving forward. I actually don't support every aspect of this plan. I don't, honestly, I would love to have every square foot of that for 4 fields, because the the demand is there. But like listening to the community, I understand there's demand and a desire for agriculture and passive recreation and all these other things. So I'm willing to say, all right, if I can get these fields in here for our kids, then I will support this, and I will support agricultural and walking trails. We need to have more of this conversation move forward. No one is getting everything that they want here. No, everyone here is, either you can frame it any way you want. You're winning or you're losing, but nobody's getting everything they want. I think this is a fair compromise as we move forward. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Lesser.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, thank you to the 30 people who spoke tonight and for everybody else who came out. Thank you for all the letters, emails we've gotten. I've been on the council for 4 years and spent 2 years on the board. That's 6 years if my math is okay. And this issue has generated more input from the community than any issue I've been involved in by far. And so that shows the strength of the community. We care about what happens in our community, and we do want to get a compromise, as Councilor Hill said, although I'm going to propose a different path in a second. But I think we all appreciate the effort, the time, the energy, the resources that you all have put in. It is remarkable, and it is by far the #1 issue since I've been involved in local government here. And also to all the people watching at home, and I know there's a lot of them, including my own house, who sent me a note that my glasses look terrible, so, but they are watching closely about what we're saying, because everyone cares about what happens in town and this issue. I do think we need more fields. We had a study that the town manager presented to us in February that said we need 2 to 4 more fields. We need to better maintain the ones we have, and we need to have more fields. We are bursting at the seams. My kids played lacrosse, and they had coached, Jana was an excellent coach, and they played field hockey, and we do need more fields. The question is where and what kind. And I do think the Keisha and Mill Woods are interrelated, because the whole town it's important in terms of the fields. I do take stock in the Parks and Rec Board, our advisory group, telling us that unanimously the next field should go at Mill Woods. We ought to listen to that group who said unanimously that's where the next field should go. I support a field at Keisha. I support a grass field at Keisha. I think we should have a field. I support the general idea of farming, passive recreation, and a field. I think we need a field at Mill Woods and at Keisha. Mill Woods, this council has allocated funding for drainage, for improvements at Mill Woods. It's ready for more fields. It's ready for now. The infrastructure at Mill Woods is ready for additional field. Keisha, even if we approve this, and I'm sensing that we are going to in a minute in a vote, it's not ready for a field. It will take longer. So all those who are looking for a field who need it right away, it will take longer to get this field at Keisha at Mill Woods. And I definitely think wherever we put the field, it ought to be a grass field. There's too much research going on right now, and new research about the potential harmful effects of, and then we just need more study on potential putting new turf fields in our town, and we need to be sensitive to our kids. So in terms of a path forward, we've had a lot of input in terms of people coming here and speaking to us. We've talked amongst the council, but we haven't had a two-way dialogue. And I think that, and I see a lot of respect tonight, and I think that's great, and what I think we should do is have a small group of counselors with a group from the community to kind of flesh out, if we're going to put a field here, and I think a lot of us, and I'm saying I'm in favor of it in the future, where's the best place to do it? But we have to unlock Keisha Farm. It's locked up. We want to get it ready for all, we want it to be used, and the beauty of it, and take advantage of the resource there. So I would like to see, in terms of a community conversation and a dialogue, where we can kind of say, where is the best place for this? I know that we have a proposal in front of us, but with this level of interest, this level of community participation, I think we need a two-way dialogue. So I'm going to vote against this tonight, but I understand in terms of trying to come up with a compromise and understand the 3 uses. I actually like that long-term to have those uses. But I don't think we're fully there yet, and I think Mill Woods is the best first place as unanimously recommended by the Parks and Rec Board. Thank you, Mayor.
Councilwoman Carbone.
I have a question. So, did Kathy Begley, she's not here tonight, she couldn't be here tonight, is that correct? Did the Park and Rec Board unanimously say that the next field should be at Mill Woods?
Through you, Mayor. Yes, unanimously. And they
Where-
took a vote,
Who took a vote?
the Parks and Rec Board.
Park and Rec took a vote.
Correct.
When was that?
A few months ago, I don't know the exact date.
All right, so I don't mean to sound redundant, so forgive me if I repeat what actually has been said up here prior to me speaking. I also applaud everyone's passion on this subject, and I get it. We all have our own points of view on the situation and what we want, what we don't want, and it can get heated and uncomfortable, but the bottom line is everyone up here on this council wants to do what's best for the entire community, and that's very difficult in this situation. I find it very difficult, and I know all you do as well. So thank you for coming out and speaking, and we do value your input and your opinions, and we all do take it into consideration, but at the end of the day, you know, somebody's not going to be happy, and that's the bottom line. It really has been a long time coming. 5 years is a long time to not make any decisions about a property that we're working towards. It's too long. And I don't have to tell you, because everybody's been saying this, that the purchase of Keisha was made for a purpose. There's a purpose behind the purchase, right? And it's not just to sit there. It was for, and I quote, right, the recreational, the open space, and the other municipal purposes. You know, just on a side note, that's my neighborhood. I'm really not interested in other municipal purposes on that property as to what the mayor had talked about. I don't want a transfer station over there. I don't want the bigger buildings or whatever is going to happen over there. I'd rather keep it as open and beautiful as we possibly can, and I think this plan does that. We do need athletic fields, and I'm not going to go into the quotes of, you know, all the people that came out to get referendum number 3 passed by telling everybody, you know, we're going to have athletic fields, athletic fields, athletic fields. And now people are, those very same people who did that are now coming out against it, which I think is a little inconsistent. But I do, again, understand people change, and they don't want it in their own backyard. But as somebody had alluded to up here on the podium, you know, we all are facing the challenges in town. Nobody lives in a vacuum. We all hear sounds of the busy day, you know, in the life of Wethersfield. I live right next to High Crest, and twice a day during the school year, my street is a parking lot, and I have to deal with, you know, the kids running up and down my street. I'm so afraid to leave my house during certain times of the day, you know, and even the games held at High Crest, same thing. I want that. I've been a huge proponent for years, get the parking off the street. It's not safe. I think we're just waiting for somebody to get hurt. As far as this plan is concerned, I believe we need a plan that is thoughtfully laid out, which I think this is, you know, I'm not 100% with the plan, and everybody knows that, but I think it's on its way. I think this is a great start, and as the mayor has alluded, this is a conceptual plan. It's open to change. We're going to figure it out. But we need to take that leap to get it done. We need to approve moving forward in order to get the specialists and the people out there to create this. If not, we're going to be doing the same conversation next year and the year after, and I, for one, am so over it. I don't want to do this anymore. But anyways, I also, it's very important that this plan offers something for everyone, and I really think it does. From, you know, 0 to 100 years, I think it's great. However, we have to be very, very mindful of the potential impact to the surrounding property owners. And we have, you know, have had discussions, and we are going to try our best to mitigate any of the negative potential impact. Right now, we're trying to address safety concerns and the traffic impact to make the street safe for everyone. And the discussions have included, and are not limited to, slowing down the traffic by decreasing the speed limit, adding a three-way stop, putting in crosswalks, putting in sidewalks, doing anything we can to make it safer for everyone. We need to make some adjustments. Also, leaving some of the trees and the buffers, obviously. I think that will help mitigate some of the impact for the surrounding communities. It is my honest, deepest, sincere hope that this project will start to bring community together instead of feeling so divisive. It's an awful feeling to be here and have neighbors against neighbors. And I think it's being a little short-sighted not to think that this can bring community together. There's also been a very one-sided conversation on the safety of synthetic fields. So according to the company, and I want to spell it SPRINTURF, Sprin Turf, which is the company that we have considered moving forward with a turf field, there are no PFAs in their in-house made product, made in the USA, and you can reach out to the company directly, and I encourage you to do so, to find that they have tested their products and there are no PFAs in their product. Also, at the end of use, that's also been a consideration because obviously environmental is a concern. It can be upcycled. It can be turned into other products so it doesn't end up in a landfill, and that's one thing we haven't talked about tonight, nobody's seen to mention. I trust me when I tell you our utmost concern is our children's safety and of course that of the environment. I'd be remiss not to say that. But we would never want to put my children, anyone's children, anyone in harm's way, putting chemicals in the environment. And speaking of chemicals, Keisha was not an organic farm, let's be clear. The chemicals that have been put into that ground will make it so it will not be an organic farm moving forward. It can't be, just by the nature of it. So having said that, I mean, farming I think is a great idea, but let's not be, deluded into thinking that it's going to be organic. Anyways, reach out to that company if you need more information, because I'm not a scientist or a specialist, but they are. As far as financially, the feasibility of this project, it requires more planning and design so you can have a better understanding of the cost. However, we have set aside some ARPA funds to offset some of this cost. When they voted on the Millwoods master plan years ago, they didn't have the funds to fund the entire project. That's something that gets budgeted when you find out more information and you find a way to make it work. But we do have some funds right now, which I think is wonderful, that help offset the costs. And I think we should utilize that and take advantage of that. I truly believe, yes, it might be expensive, but I think moving forward, it's going to be an incredible addition to our community. And I think it'll be worth it. I want to leave you with, people have been emailing me. I am one of the only council members on this side of the table that's running again, and it's come to my awareness that some people are making this into a political hot topic. Please be aware that I am not doing this for a vote. I'm doing this because I love my community, I love Wethersfield, and I think this is a beautiful thing moving forward. This is for, if I'm selfish too, right, friends and family. And I think it'll be great. So this is why I'm in full favor of this, and I hope you guys will wrap your minds around that too and support it. And that's it. I think it's time.
Thank you. Councilman O'Connor?
First question I have is, why are all the police staring at me?
There you go, kill switch. There we go.
Yeah, well, I have some comments I want to make, and I will preface these with, I think facts matter, because there are a lot of untruths that are being spread, and I've seen the flyers and I've seen the petitions, so I will actually quote people and let you determine where the facts are, and I will cite sources, and I'll tell you where you can see these quotes so you don't have to believe me. But facts do matter. And so the first fact I'll share with you is, first I'd like to thank Councilor Hill and Councilor Penlow for allowing me to be part of this resolution. Contrary to what you may have been told, this is a bipartisan resolution. It was not a Republican-led resolution. It was bipartisan. And I think that's really important. I will also share with you that after we wrote this resolution, I personally reached out to Councilor Biggs, Councilor Forrest, and Councilor Lesser, asking them if they had any input, if they wanted to be a part of it, they had anything they wanted to add. Not one of them responded with, "I don't want a field." That's a fact. I will gladly share those texts with all of you so that you can see them for yourself. Now, I will also start with, the issue here is not about putting a field on Keisha Farms. The issue here is about honoring the voters when they asked and were sold the idea that if they voted for the purchase of Keisha Farms, a field would go there. That's what the real issue is. Are we going to honor the voters and the will of the voters? And nowhere in that vote was the suggestion about putting a field at Mill Woods. It was about putting a field at Keisha. And I will gladly now go into the facts that prove that. I will also state this, I am wholeheartedly in support of putting a field at Mill Woods. Let's add one there too, because we could use more than one field. But this resolution and the vote that the voters in this town voted on never once stated, let's put a field at Mill Woods. It did state, let's put a field at Keisha Farms. The deputy mayor read the planning and zoning minutes, which I was going to read as well, so I won't bore you with that again. But the way the process works is the council unanimously voted to purchase the Lee Field. That vote then goes to planning and zoning. At planning and zoning, as the deputy mayor alluded to, the acting town manager sold planning and zoning that this was to be used for sports field. In fact, when the commissioner or the chairperson at the end, Commissioner Silver, made his referral to purchase the property, he specifically said to use for recreational purposes, including athletic fields. Planning and zoning meetings dated August 7, 2018. It was sold to the community. It was sold to planning and zoning as a sports field, as an opportunity to add a sports field there. Now, why this is personal to me, I was sitting on my porch, wasn't on the council at the time, in 2018, and a member of the DTC, Democratic Town Committee, came up to me. And the reason I remember this is because it was the first time in my life someone from the Democratic Town Committee came up to me. And they said, "I need your help," which was also the first time that ever happened. And what they said to me, and what this person said to me, who sits on Keisha Farm's committee, she said to me, "Can you lobby the sports community to help us purchase Keisha Farms?" And I told her, absolutely, provided we put a field on that, because that is what that community needs more than anything else. And she said, no problem. So is it personal to me? Yes, because I did go lobby the community. I did call, and you know what? The gentleman who came up here earlier and said, well, I didn't get an email. Well, probably was because you weren't going to support it anyways. But the reality is, I called the head of soccer. I called the head of football. I called the head of lacrosse. Well, actually, I was the head of lacrosse, so I called myself. I called every program, field hockey, and said, this is an opportunity for us to address the field shortages. And then what happened subsequently is I had the wool pulled over my eyes. And so what I was basically set up to do was lie to the community and say, hey, if you do this, you'll get a sports field. And then they pulled the wool over our eyes and said, nice, thank you for the field. Thank you for preventing it from being developed as a housing community, but you're not getting your field. And so to me, that is personal. And so let me just share with you the proof that this was sold as a sports field. Dear editor, this is a letter to the editor. The town has a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to purchase the last large upland tract of land in Wethersfield. The Bipartisan Conservation Commission has been watching this property for many years, keeping it as #1 priority for purchase when available. The town council unanimously approved the purchase, and planning and zoning sent a positive referral to the council for purchase. The wording of the referendum question ensures that this land will be purchased by the town and preserved for future community use, recreational purposes, and then in parentheses, additional playing fields, open space, and other municipal purposes. Notice, no mention of farming. Do you want to know who signed that letter to the editor? Mayor Amy Morin Bello. That's the letter to the editor, and that's when the propaganda started is, let's get these people out there to vote for this. And so people can come up here and say the sporting community didn't tip the ballots. A 56 to 44% vote, I disagree. Here's another one, Keisha Farm for All. This is a website, and the beauty of the web is when you post something, it stays there. October 15, 2018, vote yes on number 3, land we can use. Keisha Farm is the last large developable land parcel in Wethersfield. Saying yes to Q3 means the town will purchase the land for recreation, open space, or municipal use. Because this is entirely a town purchase, the town controls the use of the land through a public planning process based on town needs and within the scope of the referendum question. Sitting next to Highcrest School, it would be a logical fit for field recreational use to address playing field shortages. I'm going to say this again because when I tell you who shared this and reposted this, it's pretty interesting. Sitting next to Highcrest School, it would be a logical fit for field recreational use and to address playing field shortages. That was then shared by the Democratic Party Chair, Martha Keneally, and liked. Nowhere was there a comment that said, except for fields. It was then shared by Councilor Lesser, by Councilor Forrest. It was shared by one of the speakers, Mary Breton, and liked. Not one single counter to the fact that this was about fields. Again, remember, we're selling this now. Keisha Farm for All, October 9th. This is our chance to get more athletic fields in the future, but only if you're able to purchase the land in the first place. Our town has limited large parcels of land available. This large parcel could realistically address field shortages. Vote yes on question 3. You know who shared that and reposted it? Councilor Lesser, Councilor Forrest, Mary Breton, Democratic Party Chair. Nowhere was it stated except fields. Keisha Farm for All, November 5th, 2018. There are many great opportunities here to add to the vibrancy of the community, playing fields, parks, trails, paths, open space. And you already know who shared that and reposted it. Here's another one. It was an article written, Wethersfield debates whether Keisha Farm should get sports facility. February 24th, Don Stackham. Resident Cindy Greenblatt said preserving the property as open space or athletic fields would be good for property values. In almost every situation, property values are higher around open space. Resident Mary Breton stated, I'm encouraged to hear the council is discussing community-supported agriculture, trails, and recreation for organized sports. I really believe it is the right combination of things for this community resource. These are all public documents. So the speakers that have been coming up here saying no to the fields are the people here that sold it to the youth sports community saying we're going to get you a field. How about this one? This was the shocker to me because this person has been the biggest advocate for farming. And I absolutely respect his desire to put a farm there as much as I respect everybody's desire to put whatever they want there. This one, I was actually shocked. And it was a letter to the editor, and it ended with wildlife habitat, playing fields, local farm. None of these are possible if we all don't vote yes on question 3. Jim Woodward. These are all actual letters that were sent to the editors that were posted online so that the community would go out and buy this field thinking they were going to get a sports field in return. So what happens? In 2018, the town voted yes. The referendum passed, and then nobody did anything until Councilor Pentelo, myself, and Councilor Hill got together and said, I think enough is enough and we should honor the will of the voters and do something with that field. And that's what we did. And that's why we're all here. But sadly, a lot of you have been brought here for different reasons. And part of it is it's because it's election cycle. And it's so much better to divide a community and distort facts and get people fighting amongst each other than really doing what's best for the community. And what's best for the community is to honor the vote that they put forward. And that's not what is being touted by some people that have been coming up here and speaking. I know what I was told. I know what I told sports organizations, and I have in writing what all these people who came up and spoke told the sports organizations as well. Now, here's an even better one. So then the referendum passes, and Keisha Farm's committee is formed. Monday, February 7, 2022, Section 2, Fields and Walking Trails Open Space. These are minutes from their meeting. Bullet point number 3, recommend 1 synthetic field, a bathroom facility to double as concessions, parking to support events. Respectfully submitted, Barry Breton, Secretary. They had that recommendation. I know because I sat on that committee in the beginning, and I told them it had to be a synthetic field. It's right there in the minutes. And they're saying this, nobody even knew about it or heard about it. Public information. Monday, March 7th, a month later, Keisha Farm's committee meeting. Fields report. The data shows public support and need for another field. The recommendation is synthetic field, lower cost maintenance over time with a fence. Respectfully submitted, Mary Breton, Secretary. But now we're coming up here and saying, I don't know what you're talking about. We never said we wanted a field. It's in your own minutes. And then let's talk about stats. 71% of people were against a field. That's almost comical if it weren't so distorted and sad. Because here's the reality. The survey question was, what is your number one use case for Keisha Farms? 30%, the largest majority said sports field. The next majority said trails. And then down and down it went to farming. So the majority is what rules. Unless, of course, Bill Clinton shouldn't have been president because he won on 40% of the vote. And yet I don't think anybody in here was advocating that Bill Clinton not be president because 60% of the people didn't want him. So then I'll end with some other facts. Members of the Keisha Farms committee told you there would be lights and that there would be buses coming in and out all night long. There has never been a discussion about adding lights to that field. There has never been a discussion about renting that field out. There has never been a discussion about having other towns come in. Never. But it made for good fodder. The council was actually promised a financial plan for the nonprofit farming. The council has never received that. The farming advocates have been talking about they're going to make this a nonprofit farm, and they're going to have some farmer come in, and they're going to have all these financial plans and all that. We have never seen any of that, which then means the town would be on the hook for the farming. We've heard numerous studies and cases about Catone Field and about the turf and how unsafe it is. The reality is those aren't true facts. Those aren't true facts. It is the most popular used field in the country. It is the most popular used field in the Northeast because of its longevity. You've heard numerous people come up here today speaking and advocating for a turf field so that they can get their teams out there and have a fighting chance to actually practice before the season begins. Synthetic turf goes a long way. And when you talk about a grass field, the ironic part is how many chemicals go into a grass field? Why isn't there no concern about the runoff of that? And Councilor Penelo is absolutely correct. Look what they do in golf courses. And now we're going to go and you're going to advocate for a grass field there? Do you know how much it costs to maintain a grass field? I do, because I advocated for that when we did the Catone Field. We were spending $25,000 a year to get that field back to crap. It was already horrible. We were just trying to keep it less horrible than it was the day before. And it wasn't until we started doing the math and realizing that costs kept going up every year. And now, when you advocate for a turf field, what about the carbon output from the machines that are going to have to mow this? The gas, all of that goes into maintaining a grass field. And those costs now are easily going to be $50,000, so in 4 years, you're already up to the same price as what we paid for the synthetic turf. But now you got that recurring expense. So a turf field over time does cost less. It's a better financial decision and you get more use out of it. And I'll end with this one because this one was interesting to me. The idea of farming on that field, to me, I personally would never eat anything that was grown on that field. I have absolutely no idea the type of chemicals that have been used in that turf over the last 100 years, even in years when they didn't even regulate that stuff. There has never been a true environmental study done on that, and now we're talking about planting corn and vegetables and selling them to the public? Me personally, I don't think that's safe. You know, they tell people when you go to a golf course, don't ever put the tee in your mouth because Lord knows what chemicals are in the ground. And yet we're going to go have them grow fruit and vegetables in there and feed them? I would insist there be an environmental study done, and a deep environmental study to see if that is in fact safe. And so I'll end with this. I know where I stand. I think this vote is really simple. I think it's a vote about, do you want to support the will of the voters and what they voted for in 2018 when this referendum was passed? Or do you want to play politics and not? That's how simple this vote is. And Mayor, if I can make a motion?
Sure.
I'd like to make a motion that the council endorse the conceptual site and land use plan as presented to the council this evening, which includes a full synthetic athletic field and a half-size synthetic athletic field, walking trails, open space, community farming, and parking, as well as facilities to accommodate public use of such properties, and direct the town manager and appropriate town staff to develop formal plans and drawings and apply for any approvals necessary to allow the development of the Keisha Farm property in a manner consistent with the conceptual site and land use plan.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay?
Nay.
Do you have that, Sue? Do you need a?
Do a roll call.
Okay, roll call.
Counselor Carbone?
Aye.
Counselor Clancy?
Nay.
Counselor Forrest? Counselor Hill?
Aye.
Counselor Lesser?
Nay.
Counselor O'Connor?
Aye.
Counselor Pentelow?
Aye.
Deputy Mayor Mazzarello?
Aye.
And Mayor Rell?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Moving forward, we'll go back to the agenda. Item E, council reports. Anybody want to go on council reports?
Anybody have anything at this point?
Need to report? No. Council comments? I'll just, real quick, I'm sorry. Chief, I think Councilwoman Carbone had mentioned it. Thank you for the National Night Out. I sent you a message in to the town manager and to the fire chief. I could not make it that night. Something, emergency had come up that night for me, and I couldn't make it, but those are always great nights. Glad to hear it went so well, and it was very popular. I also want to just mention some of the folks actually in the audience tonight, as well as community members, ran in the first of, I think, 4 marathons or 5Ks, 5 and 10Ks in Old Wethersfield. It was a great community event, seeing the residents and those from out of town running those. I look forward to the next, I think, 3 or 4. Mikey's Place is coming up, Jamie's Run is coming up, and possibly one more. But this one was the Hartford Foundation's 5 and 10K. And I can't find my notes for the other things I wanted to mention, but Councilman Lesser.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll mention 2, one that just happened and one that's coming up. This past week, we had the Times Full production of As You Like It. I was happy to attend that on Friday night. We had about 900 people attend from Tuesday through Saturday, and just want to thank Wes Brulick and the whole production. It was very well done, high-level production, and something great for Wethersfield. And the second thing I'll mention, coming up this Saturday, Porch Fest. I think we have 30 bands. I believe it starts at 9 a.m. and goes to 6 or after 6. And this is another great town event that's coming. I hope residents can go out and enjoy Porch Fest coming up this Saturday. That's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Definitely. 2 great events, and I took my kids for a little bit of culture. My wife was working at the hospital, so we did see Wes's play. Great job kudos to the Wethersfield Historical Society for lending the property for that, and the cast, the characters, the play itself was great. I got to brush up on my Shakespeare for next year. It's either a Midsummer's Night Dream or Macbeth.
Hamlet, I think.
Oh, Hamlet,
They did
that's it.
Macbeth, yep.
Yep,
Hamlet.
Hamlet or A Midsummer's Night's Dream, so looking forward to it. Mr. Town Manager, unless anybody else has any council comments. Mr. Town Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Just following up on what Ken brought up about Porch Fest this Saturday, so the old Wethersfield Shopkeepers Association are the ones that put that event on, but I will just be remiss if I didn't talk about all the staff support that's involved with this event. The police have just left, fire, EMS, physical services, Parks and Rec, economic development, my office. We even had MDC donating their water trailer so that people can fill up their water bottles. Lot involved with this event. The Main Street will be closed from Hartford Ave to Garden Street, so people need to plan accordingly, and that'll start at 9 o'clock, that closure, and it'll go till 6. So, but it'll be a great event for all, and look forward to seeing folks out there. Quickly, the strategic plan update, where the public outreach portion of that is just closed this past Friday. So the consultants are working on both the surveys that people took, and also there's a number of in-person interviews that were conducted by the consultant with residents throughout town. So they'll be providing us with a report on that. There'll be a retreat with both the sitting council and those that are running for council that will be going over some of the feedback we heard from the residents and ideas of moving forward. So, and that'll be followed by a staff retreat. And then finally, in front of you all is an update for the ARPA funds. I want to provide that for you. I know that there was a discussion to bring that back for an agenda item. Figured that would be for the next meeting, but this is the latest update from Mike O'Neill, so I just wanted you all to have that leading into the next meeting. So if you have any ideas of what you'd like to commit some of that balance to, please reach out to me or to the mayor, the deputy mayor, or Ken over the next few days as we begin to compile that agenda. And that completes my report.
Mr. Deputy Mayor?
So I'm looking at the unencumbered balance, 1.2 million, and I thought we were at like 924. Did some items come in under budget, or did I just get my numbers wrong?
So the encumbered is 1.2.
Yeah.
So that means it's slated to be spent, but the project hasn't fully moved forward yet for various reasons. So depending on what the item is. So as an example, the dump truck with plow, it's ordered, but until they can take delivery, we're not expending those funds. And Mike O'Neill, I believe, is here as well, so you can, if you have any specifics, but those are all encumbered funds. It's the remaining.
Sorry, I read it wrong.
No, that's fine.
Uncommitted balance.
Uncommitted balance.
Yeah, at the
Okay.
bottom, it's the 707.
Sorry. Okay.
I got excited for.
Oh, we had extra.
Wait.
Well, that's another item on the agenda. That's a different.
Yes.
Yeah, so.
Okay, thank you.
Sue? I'm sorry.
I'm all
You're all set?
Yeah.
Sue, any report from the town clerk?
Okay, the town clerk's office has been getting ready for the upcoming election since all the candidates have been turned in by the two different parties. That's it.
Thank you. Move on to item I, bids. This is number one. This is a repeat from last month. We tabled it, the Ventrac mower purchase. There were some concerns and questions about the snow blower attachment and concerns of continued maintenance on town property with what the Ventrac mower would leave behind, if you will. So I'll open that up for discussion. Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. going back a ways, the Ventrac mower tractor first came on our radar, if you will, when the Putnam Bridge walk path trail was approved by the state, and we agreed to maintain state property. I was a little bit bewildered by that, but we're obligated to cut the grass on these very steep slopes, and it required us to purchase a lawnmower that would be able to cut these grades without tipping over. I believe at the time I brought up the subject of a snow blower attachment. I thought it would be a good idea as we were buying this expensive piece of equipment to spend the extra money and purchase a snow blower attachment. Come to find out, the snow blower attachment is 52 inches wide, and our town engineer has said that although not all sidewalks are a standard, a typical sidewalk is 48 inches wide. So I'm opposed to purchasing the snow blower portion because we're going to continue to rip up grass on each side of the sidewalk. And that was the problem I was trying to alleviate. We currently use a Jeep, small vehicle with I believe it's a 5-foot plow, and it rips up, or maybe 6 feet, it rips up turf on both sides of the sidewalk, and the vehicle's tires create ruts and fill up with water, and the Physical Services has great intentions of going in the springtime and filling those ruts and planting grass seed, but unfortunately, it just never seemed to be able to keep ahead with that, all the other maintenance items that come up. So I would suggest that we just purchase the lawnmower for the steep grades and eliminate the snow blower, the heated cab, and the V-blade snowplow, which is also wider than 48 inches.
Forgive me if I'm wrong, I thought it was 48 inches.
Yeah, it is 40.
Well, you can't plow a 48-inch sidewalk with a 48-inch blade. It's just impossible.
Well, one of the things I was told is that the Ventrac does allow you to angle the blade, unlike the Jeep, where you get what you get. So the Ventrac does allow you to angle it, and Physical Services feels that the wheelbase is smaller than the Jeep, and that the snow plow attachment being able to angle, that they could plow the sidewalks without causing the damage that's mentioned here. That said, it's going to be much slower than the Jeep, and they would probably use it focused on like the high traffic areas, like Garden Street, around the parks and things like that, that we have to plow. But generally speaking, it just for time and safety alone, we wouldn't be able to use it to get to all the places we're required to plow with, because it doesn't go fast enough.
Yeah, as I said, it's not an end-all.
No, absolutely.
Maybe if it worked, and down the road, we could require more of them.
Sure.
To get away from this rut situation. So let me ask you this, is the plan to use the blade at an angle, and then what are we going to do with the snow blower? Do we still need that? Why, are they going to switch back and forth during the middle of a snowstorm?
Well, they said that the snow attachments can be angled, so I'm not sure if that means the blade and the blower, but it's the most important thing right now is obviously the mower. We need that, and if we want to not move forward with the other piece, then we can hold off and not do that right now. We'll still rely on the Jeeps for now, but that's...
Just suggest if we take off the snow blower though and keep the V-blade, you'd still have to keep the cab though, correct?
Well, I think
you're gonna do snow,
Deputy Mayor
yes.
said just take away all the snow attachments, correct? The cab.
That's what I have here. I came up with $36,464.
Just in those things?
Just to cut the grass.
Oh, that's total, not taking away.
That's just to cut the grass. That's what the mower would cost.
Okay.
And again, it's to cut grass on state property, which is just, I think, ridiculous. But That's water over the dam, so to speak.
Is this something we can always add in, say, in next year, we have a crazy snow season, and we say, you know what, we really
Sure.
needed that?
Yeah,
Something
you
we
could always add attachments to it later on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councilman Hill?
So, just to go back to the deputy mayor's point in terms of, I totally understand your point about when it goes over a foot and it just leaves a hole and then snow melts and it's just a puddle for 2 months, you know, we all walk by them.
Mikey's
So,
place.
in terms of kind of moving forward to address that particular issue, we're just going to stay with the Jeep, which will just continue that process. So what do you suggest we do to address that from occurring in the future? I mean, it seems to me if they can angle it to go to that 48 inches, it would address that, no?
Yeah, if it comes under 48 inches, I'll agree with that. But I don't understand why we would buy the snow blower, which I can't see how you're gonna angle a snow blower and have it be less.
Well, as opposed to, is there any way we could vote on the mower and then table this until like Sally can get here and kind of give us
Yeah, I think we,
Sure.
yeah, I think it's good.
Because I totally see where you're coming from in terms of the size.
Yeah.
People have come up and mentioned that before, and we all see it, so it's definitely something I'd like to see addressed as well.
Ideally, I would like to see a narrower snow blower,
Yeah.
just like we do at our own homes.
Yeah,
You know,
I gotcha.
it's hard enough to keep it straight as it is. You're constantly wandering into the grass, and what do? You correct and come back over. So if you have 48 inches in a 48-inch space, it's not going to work.
Let's just do the mower for now. I think we have a consensus on that. Okay.
And then Sally can come back and discuss the rest of it with
Sure.
us, or maybe look for a smaller one. I'm
Okay,
down that.
so your 36,420,
I was gonna say, do you have a new number?
You wanna
that
double check
is
that?
minus the V-blade, the accessory cab, and the snow blower. Is that correct?
Yes. I'm assuming the dual-wheel kit is for the steep
Stability
grades.
on,
Yeah. Yeah, taking out the snow blower attachment, all the cab and its accessories, and
This though, with the tough
And-
cut, I don't think that's,
the last item, the blade.
Yep.
You need the mower attachment.
Is that a motion?
okay, and actually, I would just like to ask that not only Sally, but it looks like it's prepared by a Connecticut company, Turf Products LLC, here in Connecticut, in Enfield, that maybe we have a conversation with Mr. Pope or somebody from Turf Products
Okay.
to go into a little bit further detail on that. Because I agree, I mean, this has been something that we've always talked about. You're taking, actually, perfect timing, you're taking staff in the springtime and replanting and seeding and putting dirt in where they could be moved over to field maintenance.
At probably the most critical time. They're trying to get everything cleaned up from the winter, they're trying to get fields ready for ball play, and just run out of time, and they can't get back to filling in, spreading seed.
Yeah, I know in West Warwick, when I was manager there, we used little Bobcat, mini Bobcats to do the sidewalks with, because they were much narrower.
but we can't mow that lawn with it
No.
up on the highway.
Okay.
Okay.
So, with attachments as approved, as listed in CNF.
You need
Yeah, if you've
that?
got it.
Let's see that. So I'll make a motion to approve the purchase of the Ventrac machine with the attachments limited to the dual-wheel kit and the mower tough cut attachment and hydraulic lift for the mower, for a total of $36,420. 46420.
Second.
And should I say table the rest of it in that same motion?
I don't think we need to table the rest of it.
We'll just bring it back as
I
an
think we
item.
can-
Yeah, once we can line up the folks from Turf Products.
So it was seconded.
Motion's been made and seconded. Further discussion on this item? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. This is item 2I2.
So for this item, we have Martha Keneally and Mike Zaleski from Riverfront Recapture to present this. This is a project that we are partnering with Riverfront Recapture, the city of Hartford, and the idea is to connect their last park with our parks. So coming up with this RFP was to have a consultant look at different possible alignments of a trail system that would connect those. So I'll let Mike take it from here.
Thank you, Town Manager. Thank you, Mayor and members of the council, for your consideration of this this item. This is the next step in the process. As you all are aware, a grant was received by the town of Wethersfield in partnership with the city of Hartford and Riverfront Recapture to do a feasibility study of connecting from Hartford to Wethersfield with a Riverwalk trail. Essentially, if we're able to complete this connection, we'd be talking about an additional 6 miles of Riverwalk connection, which would connect all the way to the town of Windsor on the Hartford side of the Connecticut River, the Hartford, Wethersfield, Windsor side of the Connecticut River. This is a process that the town has been moving forward. 4 proposals were received, 2 firms were interviewed, and the recommendation by town staff and the committee is to contract with VHB for these services.
Thank you. I'm just reading through. Any questions for Mike or Martha? Councilor O'Connor.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I never thought I'd actually agree with the DTC chair, but I do actually like this idea. It's, I go to that trail all the time on the meadow side, and so my question is, whatever trail you put in there, a lot of times that's underwater. And so, does that mean we're going to have significant costs and we're going to have to replace it, or is there some technology you guys use today that actually, can deal with being underwater during, it's a lot? I know from riding my bike there.
Of course. So that's the purpose of the feasibility study, is to determine the most appropriate route, and it'll take into account all of those different factors, availability throughout the year, economic feasibility. There'll be a variety of different factors that go into this study, and ultimately what we're looking to VHB to do is to recommend the highest and the best route that this route could take, and it'll take into account all of those different factors. Ideally this route would go along the river, but that might be the most challenging in a variety of different ways. So the study will determine what the most appropriate route would be.
But is it feasible, or is it possible, though? Even they could build a trail there, knowing that it'll be underwater some parts of the year, but it's still okay?
So we manage 4 parks, 3 in Hartford and 1 on the East Hartford side of the river, and each of them goes underwater on an annual basis during the spring.
And they're fine?
The water comes in, the water goes out, we clean up, and we move on.
Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Mayor?
I think he's kind of answered it. My question was like, how did we come up with the 3 options? Is the VHB, are they limited to those 3 options? They may do the study and say, hey, we have a better idea, or let's go that way.
We leave the study to the professionals. They come up with the highest and best use, the most appropriate route, and I'm guessing that they'll rank multiple different options. If they see another one that isn't the most obvious, they'll probably look at different ways. There's logical routes, but there's probably ways to get around and areas that might improve that particular route. So that's why we're looking forward to this study, undertaking this study. This is a study that will take place over the course of the next 6 to 8 months or so, and we'll have a recommendation in 2024.
Great, thank you.
I just have a quick one. I actually used to work for Riverfront Recapture. I was a ranger on my bike, so very familiar. But going with that, I never stopped biking. How far, just for my own personal, what's the plan, like the outcome of this? To go to Windsor, to Rocky Hill, or are you going further than that?
So when Riverfront Recapture was established in 1981, the goal was a regional plan. So we're continuing to work on those efforts. We have in addition to this feasibility study to get to Wethersfield, and then ultimately with the path across the bridge, the Putnam Bridge to Glastonbury, now there's a logical connection. There's significant work that's been done by Goodwin University to connect north from the Putnam Bridge. Ultimately, the goal is to reconnect or connect both sides of the river. We're currently working on a project that will connect from Riverside Park in Hartford to the town of Windsor line, where Riverfront Recapture was fortunate to buy some private land, and we're building a new park there. So the work will never be done. We're continuing to expand as much as possible because these are projects that have an economic benefit to the city and the region. For every dollar that's invested in a Riverwalk trail like this, an additional $7 are churned out to the regional economy. So we think this is a wise investment, both for economic vitality, but also quality of life.
Yeah, no, I would agree. And Mortensen Plaza was always fun to work at.
I did not know that you were a former employee.
I was, yeah.
Part of the
Little
family.
office right at the top.
How do you come up with that calculation, though, for every dollar put in, you get 7 back? Like, how do you even measure that?
It's a national study.
It's, so there's a variety of ways to measure it. It comes back, it's in health impacts, avoidance of health visits as a result of improved health. It has to do with businesses that grow up. It has to do with money that people spend in association with using trails. So you go to a trail, you're going to spend money getting to the trail. You spend money along the trail. Businesses will grow up along the trail. Home values will improve along the trail. So it's a significant impact.
Thank you.
Any further comments? Mike, thank you for sharing this. We have seen this in the past. I actually have my son's bike route today on his GPS tracking, and it looks very similar to these color-coded lines. I think this looks great. I do like the fact that if the river is not incorporated in this, and I know there's, talk of a bridge over the channel, and that might be a little bit pricey. The fact that some of these include Wethersfield town roads that we've invested in over the last couple of years for more pedestrian walkways and bikeways, I really support that. Going around the cove through Old Wethersfield, and then obviously connecting Marsh Street down beyond to the Meadows property. I too, like Councilman O'Connor, ride my bike down there with my dog, and it is great passive recreation. So I don't see any concerns with this. Anybody further comments? You got a motion before you?
Yeah. Thank you, Mayor, and forgive me as I read this on my phone. A motion to approve the award for the Connecticut DEP Recreational Trails Grant Contract to VHB Engineering to conduct the Hartford to Wethersfield Multimodal Trail Study.
Second.
Thank you. Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Thank you. I look forward to coming back at the next step.
Great. We look forward to it, too. It is just before 11 o'clock. I'd like to make a motion that this council continue beyond 11 o'clock p.m.
So moved. Second.
It was difficult to get a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries.
Is it too late to abstain? 5-minute break?
Yep. If
I don't think it matters.
it serves the purpose of the council for a 5-minute break for any reasons,
I have one.
make a motion just to go into a 5-minute recess.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor, I don't think we have to do a vote on rescind.
Okay, but
Aye.
just in case.
I moved in the morning, my sister-in-law and brother-in-law boxes, then I played golf. Immersed me in it.
And you sit still for 6 hours.
Yeah.
Better.
I was thinking of you last week, Fred. We went on vacation. We hike all morning and then go to the beach. It's a great week. And we go to Blackout for a couple weeks a year. We go in the spring and in the summer and we go. But Lane's orange everywhere you go, you know what I mean? It's like, talking to people who live out there, they're like, it's tough because the hunting here is kind of unfair. There's so much deer that everybody knows. But it's like every trail is like a mailbox, you know what I mean? It's cool.
See that harbor sign?
We were there. Yeah.
Oh my God.
We did the next morning.
There's no, but it depends.
Oh, you were there when the fire happened? Oh, I didn't know that. So you just got back.
Yeah, it really depends. I didn't even know. I knew you were there. Yeah. Wow. It doesn't.
Yeah,
A friend of mine just sent me a thing.
they're tearing it down. Yeah.
I feel just the way that they work with preservation. Like, they'll keep
Hi.
you know,
Are you scary yet?
You know what? You quit already.
they'll make it look.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the Ocean House in Westwood, you know. You took out like some of the stairway banisters and a mantle here and there, but other than that, just tore the whole thing down.
So I
and
was
started
born
over.
with a stick, is that what you were saying?
No.
Okay. You don't need to get ready.
All right, see you, Mike.
Yeah, sometimes.
So much work. I mean, like a different, brand new.
I haven't been out probably in 2 years, so.
Yeah,
I
in
gotta
the
get
last
back
couple
in.
of years, it's just like, and then
You
one
got no advisory? Oh, it's a recorder? Yeah, I was thinking it was,
Band people go, so like,
girl that works.
I love that.
it's beautiful.
Joya, not Joya.
We did a,
The girl that was with us when we were looking at pickleball. That's the right one.
That's the newspaper.
Okay.
And I haven't met her, but she called me.
it's called a Bio Blitz, somewhere in the state.
Yeah.
And they just have like people who send
They're all amazing, I like this. He's a nice guy.
Talk to,
insects,
if that's the woman,
mammal,
Joan,
anything, fish,
woman that I spoke
inventory,
with.
everything. Species, all
Talked to her
stuff.
for an hour.
These teams go out and you more patience. Like,
And you just start accumulating data.
And I
yeah, that's all you're just out there. So
gave her every reference
they made it
that
like a
I
family
quoted.
event. So
Still
we did it on Walk Island.
choose to make
So we got
us
to camp out half each on Walk Island as part of that, and we don't get to camp out and Walk Island. So we're like, we're in, you know. So we're doing. We had our kids and they were out there.
Beach fire at night, it's just, that's awesome.
What's that? Oh, yeah. I could think of other things that you were just saying.
All right, as much as I never thought I'd say this, can we get this get back to it?
I had it right up. You went there and,
It's true.
Oh,
A lot of it gets misconstrued.
No, I sucked down coffee and then I had the whole
How are things going? Are you still in the store? I haven't been in a while. I actually have to reach out to you guys about
immediate.
the code.
I had hot coffee.
How you doing, Kevin?
A little tired. Should have eaten, but.
Oh, some candy? I actually had a piece of pizza in Village right before I got here. I was hungry, I knew I was
I see Wendy's in my future.
Yeah,
So, I want
in
to,
Village.
So my wife,
Jack Bradley, go home.
my wife said, oh, wait up.
today and tomorrow is my unofficial 25th wedding anniversary, and I'm here, so if I go to another meeting tomorrow, I think I might. Yeah, exactly. It's not gonna happen. So, yeah, but, yeah, keep me posted. Mike's gonna be there?
My wife was gonna text me, last was terrible.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, because maybe we should have a conversation about that. Yeah, you have my stuff signed.
Okay, ready to go? We're ready?
Okay.
Dan's back.
You ready?
Turn it back on.
Do you want any of this? This looks,
Okay. I'll call the meeting back to order. Here's a fairly simple one, but we do have an add-in, walk-in for the Housing Authority. It's the consent agenda. Board, commission resignations, they are on there. I believe it's just one that's on there. But there is appointments to boards and commissions. You see the three that are posted. Do I have to make an amendment to include, I'll make a motion to include Lena Rodriguez. I don't know, do you want to make it? Should I make
go
it?
ahead.
D, 350 Ridge Road. This is to fill the vacancy of George Kelly, who has served the town on the Wethersfield Housing Authority for a number of years, for a term of 8/21/23 to 8/30/25.
Second.
So is that a motion to approve the consent agenda with that modification?
No, just to
amend it?
amend
Okay.
the appointments. Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. That's for the appointments. Youth Service Bureau grant, we have seen this in the past. Thank you to not only town manager, but to, I suspect, Erica Textera, who's worked hard over the years, as she has done for this one. And then finally, the ARPA funds for the senior center. Again, thank you to the town manager for that $78,000. This is not part of this list of federal ARPA funds that the town had received last year through tranche 1 and tranche 2. This is a state ARPA grant just for actually just a handful of towns of the 169 towns. Wethersfield is proud to receive that. I had mentioned that right when I got the governor's email that this was a possible town and use for this ARPA funding for our senior center. And then our minutes from July 17th.
I'll move the consent agenda.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. We have no approval of ordinances, resolutions, unfinished business we had done. I did see Mike O'Neill walk in for new business, item M1, budget reconciliation and transfers for last fiscal year into the budget for this year. And with that, I will turn it over to you, Mr. Town Manager. You wanted to?
No, I'll let Mike take, but he did, for whatever reason, the memo portion of this item did not compile in the packet, so if you want to just take that, that's missing from your packet. We'll update the packet online.
Overtime.
Overtime. Paid overtime. This is comp time, you know? You can
Me?
take it.
We call it flex.
flex.
He'll come in at 8:02 tomorrow.
15 minutes late.
Okay, with that, Mr. Finance Director, I will turn it over to you in an explanation of the, I guess it's unencumbered funds, unexpended funds.
Yes, good evening. Mike O'Neill, Director of Finance. The item you have before you is something that we do each year at this time of year, shortly after the end of the fiscal year on June 30th. Once we get all the bills paid and various adjustments made and so forth, accounts reconciled, we have a good sense for how we've done revenue compared to budget and expenditures compared to budget. And I can report that we did have a very good year. Revenues were about $1 million over budget, and that doesn't include the $1.2 million that the council appropriated from fund balance. So that's kind of it's almost double that million. It's really 2.2 million, if you will. And then on the expenditure side, there's almost $1.3 million of unexpended funds that were appropriated. So what happens is the extra money, if you will, on the revenue side, that just rolls to fund balance. That increases fund balance. And on the expenditure side, there's, as I said, $1,267,000 that was not expended. The council has the opportunity to take that money, and some or all of it, and transfer it to other line items to non-lapsing funds, basically, and use that for various initiatives. I guess I'll just work from what I've labeled Exhibit A. It's, I apologize for all this fine print, but we try to get as much as we can on a page here. If you look at that, you can see there's several columns that have a circled number over them, just for reference. It's column 1 is where those expenditures are, and you can see there $1,267,000, which is comprised primarily of unexpended funds of $226,000 in the police department, $311,000 in physical services, which is driven really by the light winter, and then $248,000 on the contingency line that was not used. So what we have done is, town manager and I have proposed using 1.1 million of the 1.2 million to transfer to the capital non-recurring expenditure fund and the capital improvement fund, CIP fund, for various items, which you can see at the very bottom, down in more or less the middle of that page on Exhibit A. So back up a bit, just to talk about fund balance, if I can. The excess revenues add to fund balance. The fact that we did not have to use the appropriated fund balance adds to it. And then whatever funds you may decide not to transfer to those non-lapsing funds would also add to it. If you were to agree with the proposal that we have for use of the 1.1 million, there would still be a fund balance of slightly over 12%. And kind of go back to our budget days, the policy that is in place right now for the council is 7 to 10% of the current year's budget is what is by policy should be in fund balance. So again, you're in excess of that. I mean, I know at the end of the budget discussions, was decided to appropriate some of that, and we're careful. I mean, it reflects kind of the conservative approach that's taken to, when we estimate things. When we like to be over rather than to be short, and again, this gives the council an opportunity to address a number of different needs.
Can I ask a question?
Are you all set, Mike?
I'll take a breath and take any questions.
So, I wanted to talk a little bit about the contingency fund. So, if I remember correctly, we had $340,000 in contingency.
That's what was appropriated, yes.
That's what's in the budget right now, correct?
That was in last year's, here we go, in the fiscal 23, which is what we're talking about.
Right.
That's the fiscal year that just ended. $340,000 was appropriated, and again, that same amount was appropriated in fiscal 24.
Okay. So, the policy, which I wasn't aware of, you had recommended $500,000 in contingency, and we elected not to do that. We just went with the $340,000. The policy that I read is 0.4% minimum for contingency. So your number was actually just above the minimum. Can we now take this extra money and bump up the contingency account back to where it's supposed to be?
You can't, see, the only thing you can do with the appropriations, unexpended appropriations from the year that just ended, is move those into a non-lapsing fund. There's no way to move that into, there's no way to change the appropriation in the current operating budget, in the general fund budget. Because that's, by charter, the council sets that appropriation when it adopts the budget. And to make a supplemental appropriation, requires, it's specified in the charter.
I had never realized that there was a minimum also on the contingency. I thought it was just the fund balance. So just maybe something for the next year.
I'll try again.
I guess if you had told us it was a minimum, then we maybe would have looked at it a little bit differently, but, okay. Just thought we could try and plug a hole, but guess not.
I mean, in a sense, some of the proposals in the 1.1 million are reserve accounts, so it really does, a lot of times the larger problems are, capital project type items.
We would go to that item instead of
Yes.
contingency.
Yeah, so that, you can kind of get there,
Okay,
more or less.
thanks. Didn't mean to get you off your track.
No, that's it. I mean, you can talk a little bit about the 1.1 million if you'd like, but otherwise, I guess I'll take questions.
Councilman Lesser?
Thank you, Mayor. So, Mike, if I'm understanding this right, we have 1.267 million of money that we could potentially allocate that is overages to the budget, and a lot of that is due to the rise in interest rates, if I understand where that comes, some of that comes from, correct me if I'm wrong.
So a little mix there. Like I said at the beginning, the revenues, the excess revenues is because of investment income and the increase in interest rates. But that excess is not something you can't touch that. That goes, there's more than there was, that goes automatically to fund balance.
Okay.
What you can do is change, so your budget, the council appropriated $113.5 million, and we've only expended 112.2. So there's legal appropriations out there that have not been expended of 1.267. That's what the council has the authority to work with. We can take that, you can take where you appropriated that originally, and you can move it, and it's just one line. It's that third line up from the bottom that says transfers out to other funds. You can move it to that line and then make the transfers into the capital non-recurring expenditure fund and the CIP, capital improvement fund.
So, thank you. Follow-up, can we use it for other things? And I might suggest, if the answer is yes, that we, at another time, have a discussion about maybe some priorities with some of that 1.2 million. So we have some discretion, if I'm...
You have complete discretion,
So-
as long as it goes to a non-lapsing fund.
Yeah, I get that. So, suggestion, maybe not tonight, but we have a discussion another night. This is a big deal. I mean, that's a fair amount of money where we could do some strategic initiatives and, budget some things that we may not have been able to budget. So, it seems like a significant amount of new money, if you will.
So, just something to consider is by charter, you have until the end of September to make the transfers. You could, so once you transfer to those funds, they fall under the authority of the town manager. However, we have to come back to you if there's something we want to do that's above the $33,000 threshold for a
Got it.
contract.
So, Mr. Town Manager, can we have this on the September agenda, knowing that we have to spend it in...
I was literally just saying that to Dan, like, does it make more sense when we...
You okay to approve it on the first meeting in September?
We're all a little bit...
Yeah, no, I don't want to discuss it now. I'm trying to understand that we have the opportunity to kind of make some big decisions without those funds and allocate them to different strategic, whatever.
I agree.
But it sounds like we do, and let's do it next time.
Yeah.
Yeah, is that?
Yep, we can do that.
Okay.
Well, first, do we need to do the reconciliations separately? Or can that all be done on the same time?
That's always been done. It can
Together.
be done, all in one motion.
Okay. I mean, we have $82,000 of reconciliation that need to be taken care of.
It's the council's
Yep.
option.
And then, I guess, the priorities, these are priorities that you and the finance director have discussed where these go, for various reasons. I think maybe, prior to the vote in September, we get a rationale for why these were included. And then, Councilman Lesser, if you want to reach out to me on some priorities that you may have.
Sure.
I have some.
Good.
I still want the shower for the woman firefighter and the
That was,
washing machines.
that was discussed.
That was on our list, too.
Yeah.
Good, okay. Sold.
Good question.
Sure.
Could we have Mike just run through quickly some of the ones that replenish funds that we typically do each year to try and hedge the next budget? If
Sure.
the radio reserve,
Yep, and I've just put a note, replenish next to that. You may recall in the current year's budget, when it was adopted, and this is something we've done for a number of years, is we've used reserve funds to reduce the lease payments for the radio, and then for the other, we have some vehicles and the turf field that still have lease payments. And we've used, the last several years, it's been $200,000 from the radio reserve, $200,000 from the CNEF reserve to offset that, kind of ease the pressure during the budget process. Really kind of knowing that we can, a couple months later, get to this point and hopefully put that money back and use it the same way, or if a need arises, use it for something else. So that is worth pointing out, that there's two $200,000 items in that list of 1.1 million that would follow that pattern of replenishing those reserves and having them in place for next winter when the budget process starts, and helping with that.
what is the undesignated reserve?
That's just, that could be used for anything in CNEF.
Okay.
But it's always been held for, and again, the manager has authority to use it any way he or she would wish, but, we've always respected the intent of the council on that.
So it's the radio and the undesignated radio reserves.
those
And then the
$200,000 items.
townwide radio upgrade, that's a separate one that we're suggesting or you guys are recommending.
That is the,
That's not, we don't do that one every year.
no, that is the, if you'll recall, there's an upgrade that we're facing. It's could be upwards of $2 million.
Yeah.
The good news is we've only got a half of a lease payment left, so the lease payments end. But we were looking for a way to
Just start.
kind of help get that started.
Yeah, okay, thank you. We can talk about the rest of it at a later date.
Yep.
So what does that leave us with for expenditures if we? So $500,000 then?
No, we're gonna,
Or we have to do the replenishment?
we don't have to.
Oh, we don't have to do that.
We can talk about it.
Okay.
Take it up in the next meeting?
So I'll make a motion to table this item. I have a number. Item M1.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Motion carries. I think that is it for new business. This is the second of public comments, similar to the first. Just state your name. I don't believe you need to sign it. State your name and address. You are limited to 5 minutes. Mr. Woodworth.
Jim Woodworth, 33 Mill Street, 5H. I was home because I couldn't get in the front door, and then I heard Councilwoman Carbone go on about the pollution, how pesticides on the Keisha Farm. That is totally not true. If you heard it from him, I don't know where the information is, but you show me the proof, because that is not true. That hasn't been farmed, and if you want to go, it was farmed conventionally, but people all around the neighborhood loved the produce, loved the people, and ate the produce and survived. So to say that, and Joel Wagner's been organically playing, as he called it, farming since then. That is absolutely not true. All it takes is 3 years to make the transition from conventional to organic farming. If you want to be certified, they have to do a lot of testing. I mean, you could do that. But that is not true. I had a big, long prepared statement that I sent you, but I'm sure you hadn't enough time to read it. But I think we've been in an era since your sports complex proposal of June 2022, when you stopped listening to the boards and commissions that are supposed to be giving you advice, starting with the Keisha Farm Committee, which you totally ignored. You let it go completely. Then you tell me, then you could bring it up tonight and say, you never saw the business plan. Well, you never asked. And you probably didn't read it, and you stopped coming to your meetings. So don't give me that stuff. Let me read the paragraph on the Keisha Farm, though. Late 2021 or early 2022, the council accepted a $5,000 no-match grant from the state to study the barn and complete the application to the State Register of Historic Places. This would qualify the barn for grants. It wouldn't prevent you from taking it down, but it would qualify you for grants. Unfortunately, the report and application completed and paid for in September 22 languishes to this day on the shelf while the barn is kept off the state register. One has to assume the council chooses to keep the option open to destroy the barn if it were to stand in the way of the sports complex. The report celebrates the American dream of the Polish family who purchased in 1913 a couple of acres, a small house, a tiny barn, and grew it into a large dairy farm, completing the state-of-the-art barn in 1940, in time to supply dairy products to the World War II defense workers flocking to Hartford. 20 years later, when the dairy industry changed, the second generation of the Keisha family made the transition to a vegetable and plant stand. The Keisha family story, suppressed by the council majority, is a quintessential American immigrant success story. Through hard work and skill, their success continued right up to the moment the third generation needed to retire. I can't emphasize more strongly that the Keisha Farm was never, I repeat, never a failed farm. And I fervently hope, Mr. O'Connor, you never repeat that false statement again. I think of it as kind of an era, the era in which the council majority ignored the advice of the ad hoc committee and the Parks and Recreation Board, and that has continued through last month's sports complex submitted at the previous council meeting with 2 artificial turf fields, 2 parking lots, and an access road. Paving that much of the prime upland farm soils would have created an urban heat island in the middle of the former Keisha Farm. So don't say that all of a sudden you're reasonable. But I like the trend from 24/7, 365 sports complex that belonged in the industrial park down to 1.5 fields. That's a good trend. I didn't mean to come here and get all excited, but you guys have got me excited. I'm hopeful that this era of council micromanagement is at an end and the new era about to begin. As I envision it, this new era will feature a town council policy that will allow the development of the Keisha Farm into a town resource that will include the multiple uses envisioned by the community. I'm more than convinced than ever that the community farm model recommended by the Keisha Farm Committee could develop into a self-supporting CSA farm operation, filling the niche of sustainable organic food production with the incredible added spin-off of education about food, nutrition, and agriculture for young people and the public. One reason I'm convinced of this is that we were recently approached by a very successful local conventional farm operation interested in farming upland farm soils and utilizing the barn as a marketing venue for local produce. Whether operated as a nonprofit or by a very successful agribusiness, Keisha Farm with picturesque barn and fields would enhance the community economically and culturally. One prerequisite of either commercial or nonprofit model farm operation will be designating with a long-term commitment on the part of the town the key areas of farmland soil intended for farm use. For a commercial established to commit to investing, a long-term lease would be needed. For a nonprofit to obtain grants to renovate the barn and to renovate the farmland, a similar long-term commitment would be necessary. I believe the town could access the Community Farmland Preservation Act funds to help to fund the renovations to the field, to fund fencing, to fund irrigation structure, and the like. In return, the town would need to commit these acres in perpetuity to agriculture. Conversely, any farm fields that might be used for sports fields in the future would not be committed long-term, although they could be farmed short-term until the need and the funding for sports is determined. It goes without saying that currently available ARPA funds should be spent first on natural turf fields at Mill Woods. Future fields that might be needed after Highcrest school plans are finalized should be natural turf, and all parking areas and access road development should conform to low-impact development. That's, the acronym is LID standards. And I say let the new era begin. But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Woodworth. Anybody else?
Say something that's not true. We can't.
Oh, that's so crazy.
Good evening, Robert Young, 20 Copper Mill Road. I take it everybody is happy, or most of you are happy that you got your conceptual design passed. Of course, Mayor, you said earlier, which I've heard before, oh, it's just a conceptual design. It's nothing really at this point. But of course, you voted on it. Yeah, you voted on it. You voted on it without, just like Amy voted on and had her team vote on the purchase of the Keisha Farm just based on their wants, without any information, financial information out here for the public to look at. And I'm talking right now about the appraisal, the submission, the not providing proper information. Now, how about in this case? Are we going to see any financials, and we should have seen them before you even voted on this, on how much revenue you're going to get from the farming, how much revenue you're going to get from the parks, or the recreation stuff? Are we going to see money coming in from that? I was tonight talking, and other nights, how you could make $1 million plus on that property per year. What do these guys bring? What do you bring, Mayor, on this? Or is it, again, like Amy Bellows' deal? Probably is. You know, when you talk about recreation, for recreational, open space, and other municipal purposes, and it was mentioned tonight, oh, we could have put a building in there. We could have put different things in there. But also, other municipal purposes are to find some kind of way of building a tax base. I think the word is economic development. And that's what I was talking about. Economic development by putting in a community in there that would bring money in for perpetuity. How much are you going to bring in on that, with this deal with some kind of fields? Catone Field hasn't brought a nickel in. I've asked about that for years. Where's the money? Nobody knows. Nobody wants to say a word. Are moot town council over all those years won't say a word. And that includes this one. It's a moot town council. They don't talk. They don't respond. They just do. And then the taxpayer pays. You know, tonight it was mentioned by Mr. O'Connor, honor the vote and the will of the people. He also said it was best for the community to get this thing completed. But when you think about the honor the vote and the way Amy's team withheld that appraisal, your vote was not an honest vote at all. You were part of that. Mr. Lesser was part of that. Mr. Forrest was part of that. And I'll be talking about that forever. And you know, you've never talked to me about this. You've never responded. Not a word. Not a phone call to talk about, how come you're saying this about us? Because it's the truth. You have no way around it. It's all proof. You held up an appraisal that was done in April of 2018. You had your meeting in September 4th. No mention. After that, no mention. I was asking, where is it? I didn't see it till 10 months after the election. And it was just sent to me by email. No, just, hey, Bob, here it is. What a town. Low town. You know, Mayor, there were 6,651 people that voted for the Keisha Farm purchase. There was 5,285 people that voted no. That's 55 to 44%. And tonight, and at the last meeting, everybody's going to get something. What did you give the 5,200 people who voted no? Did you make any allocations for them? Not a goddamn thing, did you? Because all you do is take care of the friends and the buddies. And now you see the friends and the buddies tonight, and the last number of nights, they're fighting. They're fighting like cats and dogs. Oh, we don't want to have fields up on there. And you know, Mayor, that field is going to ruin that neighborhood. Turf? I live there. I live right down the street. And I'll be here all the time talking about it, I'm sure. And your name will come up forever and ever. Mr. Lesser's name will be coming up. He voted for this as well. I know you voted tonight no, but you voted for it. All of you held that appraisal to your chests and nobody could see it. And to me, it's dishonest. Dishonest and crooked government. So anyway, Mayor, I'll be back. I guess your days are getting short because you're not going to run again, which is good. But I will say this about you. The only thing I can say good about you is you did fight to hold taxes down. But otherwise, I don't know. I don't have any hope for you as far as having a good word about being the mayor of this town. Mayor Bello is right down there in the gutter. What she pulled. So, you know, if you think I get kind of mad and I get up here and be kind of boisterous about how crooked and dishonest our government is, I've got to arm this law.
Mr. Young?
Why? I know you know. I know. I have to go to work tomorrow morning, okay?
7 minutes.
And I get up at 4 o'clock. So anyway, you have a nice night. But you ruined the neighborhood, sir.
Anybody else wishing to speak? If not,
Sure.
Mayor, I think you've done a fine job.
motion to go into executive session.
Second.